the garden of knowledge and virtue. Before proceed to the main agenda, may we recite Surah Al-Fatiha. Bismillah. Okay, moving forward. It is a great pleasure to share with you today's topic and allow me to explain it to you briefly. Uh, we have three speakers and three topics in this morning session. First topic about Insan Sajatra. Insan Sajatra emphasizes the importance of being Insan Sajatra, whereby achieving peace of mind and happiness is essential to human beings. It is include itself to be the part of the plan for sustainable development goals SDGs in humanizing education. IIUM Sajatra Center for Sustainability and Humanity is continuing to lead the effort in making IIUM a sustainable campus. Second topic about conducting postgraduate research. It is very important for postgraduate students because it demonstrates to you how to do research, how you can get research topic, research problem, research findings, literature review, research methodology, proposal defense, and graduation on time. And third topic about Maqasid Sharia. Maqasid Sharia in postgraduate research is a wonderful and unique tool for research in IIUM. It is focused on the protection of faith, self, intellect, lineage, and property. However, Maqasid Sharia has a big impact on postgraduate research. It includes arts, sciences, economics, law, engineering, Sharia, education, and technology. So, without delay, now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Isarji, lecturer, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development, IIUM, for his wonderful presentation on Insan Sajatra. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Brother Muhammad Burhan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya'i mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Respected Dean of CPS, Professor Ida Madeha, our moderator today, Muhammad Burhan, and all our colleagues and friends at the Center for Postgraduate Programs who are preparing this program, and all new postgraduate students. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay. First of all, I wanted to see in the chat room. Okay, I want to see in the chat room how many of you are international students. Just type your nationality. I want to make this as interactive as possible. Can you type your nationality there? Whether you're from Indonesia, Alhamdulillah. Sister Raihan, yeah? And then who else? I was informed that there are about 30 students, 30 international students from different countries, Indonesia, India, Peaceful Artists, India. Who else? Anybody else from other countries? Okay, while waiting for our friends from other countries to use the chat room, I would like to have Malaysian students, postgraduate Malaysian students from Malaysia to type their states. Whether you are from Pahang, Johor, Selangor, Perak, Kedah, Melaka, Gombak, just next door, Terengganu, Pahang. Okay, welcome everyone, welcome. Now, you don't have to answer the next question, yeah? How many of you are above 50 years old? You don't have to answer. No, sorry. How many of you are above 60 years old? You don't have to answer this, but if you want to answer it, I just want to see how many of you are above 60 years old. Oh, no one is above 60 years old. So everyone is still young. No. Well, for postgraduate students, you have to do your first degree first, yeah? So welcome to my program. Let me share the screen first. Okay, can you see the screen, everyone? Brother Muhammad Baruddin?
Yeah, clear, Prof.
Okay. All right. So today's topic is on Insan Sejahtera in the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. I know that you have gone through a few speakers yesterday, and of course, I share the same feeling that after a 1 day of lecture, it is quite tedious, very cumbersome to listen to a lot of things, and you have to digest a lot of things. And today we have a few speakers, including myself, but we'll try to work together on this matter. Yeah. First, I want hold on. Okay. I want you to say it. I don't want you to type it, but say it. Use your microphone. The meaning of the word Insan Sejahtera to you. Anybody anybody can just say it loud here. What does it mean by Insan Sejahtera to you? Anyone?
Is it like peaceful people?
Peaceful people. Okay, wonderful. Next. I will not mention names, but that's why I want to make it very open. What else? Insan Sejahtera. Insan is a person, not human being. A very peaceful human being. What else?
Well-being.
Well-being. Insan Sejahtera. Well-being of a person. Another one.
Person.
One more.
A human with good qualities.
Human with good qualities. Wonderful. So stick to that. Thank you very much. Good qualities. Yeah. So you have 3 answers to that. There's no right and wrong. It is your interpretation of the term. So we are going to talk about Insan Sejahtera. And what is in the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue? What is the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue here? What does it refer to? Anyone? I don't see your face. You just say it. What is the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue? IIUM is the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. Yeah? That is the motto of IIUM, the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. All right. For every university, it has its own roadmap. IIUM has its own roadmap. So to achieve this roadmap, we have formulated 6 strategic areas. Whatever you see on the screen, those are the 6 strategic areas that we have to achieve as far as our roadmap is concerned. Number 1 is balanced graduates. Of course, the main focus is on undergraduate students because they are going to be with us for 4 years. But also, it also includes postgraduate students. So number 1, we have to achieve balanced graduates, balanced staff, not only graduates, but also staff, academic and admin and the top administrators. Also, we are focusing on responsible research and innovation. That is the 3rd strategic research focus area. The 4th one is institutional stability, meaning to say that without institutional stability, without financial stability, focusing on financial stability, it's very difficult for us to sustain ourselves. That's the buzzword right now, sustainable. Currently, almost 80 to 90% of the budget of the university is provided by the Malaysian government. Almost 90%. So the IIUM has to work on something so that, who knows, in 20 or 30 years' time, we will have to find our own budget. We have to find our own money to support ourselves. So this is very important for the university to come up with its own projects, to come up with your own ideas so that they can generate incomes for the university to be sustainable. Number 5, in terms of the 5th strategic focus area, is societal well-being and values creation. This is what we mentioned just now. We mentioned about values, talk about well-being. So this is the well-being of the society, and also creating values, not only for ourselves, our family, our society, our nation, and our ummah. Don't forget about that. And finally, global relevance, rahmatan lil alamin, mercy to all mankind. So we have to be globally relevant because we are an international Islamic university of Malaysia. We are not a Malaysian university. I would like to underscore that. I would like to stress that when we were established, it was not established for a Malaysian university. That's why the language instruction, the main language instruction is English, with Arabic for Arabic medium program. It's not Bahasa Melayu or Malay. So we have to be globally relevant. Our focus should be global. Our work, our ideas, our goals must be global in nature. So those are the 6 strategic areas that the university have formulated as far as the IIUM roadmap is concerned. Now, my focus right now is the first strategic focus area, that is balanced graduates. We have a balanced graduates. So let's go into that. Achieving focus area number 1, producing a balanced or holistic graduate. Now think for 1 minute, you can say it now. What is a balanced and holistic graduate to you? What is your definition of a balanced and holistic graduate? Anyone?
It means somebody who is like understand the Aqidah, have a good akhlaq, has a good amount of knowledge, and yeah, so in terms of Aqidah, akhlaq, and also ibadah. So I think that is
good.
Yeah.
Very good. Akhlaq, Aqidah, ibadah, knowledge. Yeah, excellent. So anyone else? You listened to Tan Sri yesterday, we listened to the president yesterday. So let's share with me on this. What is a balanced graduate or holistic graduate? Yes. Please.
Okay, I think a balanced graduate is that someone that that is not only excel in their studies, but beyond that, which is like how they can give back to society, contribute to the society, and then of course have a good akhlaq and deed. And also we know that our intention in this world is like to be Khalifah, and then we have to ensure that we be good to others, and then we we have to do as Allah says in the Quran and Hadith and Allah's law.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. So you mentioned another word just now. With all those words, in addition to that, you mentioned a good one, Khalifah, to be a Khalifah on earth. That's very good. So if you are on campus right now, well, it's okay if you are in your own country and you want to say that I want to be a balanced person. What does that mean? I want to be a balanced person or holistic person right now throughout your daily life. Anyone? Only one? I'd like to listen to one respond to that. What is your definition if you look at it from your daily life? Anyone?
I would like to give opinion.
Yes.
In my daily life, I think when we talk about balance or holistic or something like that, it is balancing between our relationship with Allah Ta'ala, which we perform ibadah or all the daily rituals, and then balancing it also with relationship with human being, which is like contributing to the society. Like I'm doing part-time job as a teacher or something like that. So that's how I contribute or build my relationship with human beings or something like that. So yeah.
Wonderful. Balancing your family, your work life, student life, balancing the hablu minallah, hablu minan nas, your relationship with human beings, your relationship with Allah. Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, what does it? Let's look at the normal definition of it here. When you talk about holistic, this is a normal definition. Holistic is an adjective. For example, tall person, a white house. Tall is adjective. It is describing the noun, that is house. Tall person, tall is describing person. So holistic is an adjective that describes things related to the idea that the whole thing is more than the sum of it. What it means is that the entirety of something, the whole picture, holistic, whether it's mental, your intellect, your cognition, your mind, physical, your hands, your legs, emotional, your emotion, social, your society, and spiritual well-being. Somebody mentioned about habla min Allah just now. Your relationship with Allah must be considered instead of just considering one part. Instead of just focusing on your intellect, focusing on your cognition, your mind, you must focus on your mind, the physical domain, emotional domain, the social domain, and the spiritual domain as a human being. This is holistic in nature. It encompasses all those components that I mentioned. It is similar to the meaning of the word balance, the different aspects of a balanced person. So if you want to see yourself as a balanced person, you have to look at it from the physical point of view. Are you healthy? Do you make yourself healthy? Do you eat well? Do you exercise well? Do you sleep well? And mentally, are you mentally healthy? What about your emotional? Are you able to control your emotion, your anger? Of course, we can have our anger, but are we able to control that? Are we focusing on positive things, constructive instead of destructive things? About the social aspect of it. And someone mentioned about working as a teacher right now. What about the work balance between work and studying? And if you have a family, what about your financial aspect of it? Can you balance your, that's why they call it balance statement. Can you balance your budget? And finally, the most important thing is the spiritual well-being. The habla min Allah, your relationship with Allah. So this is a definition, not an Islamic definition, but a normal definition. A normal definition. There is a holistic, a balance that covering physical, mental, emotional, social, work, and financial, and spiritual well-being. So that's what it means by balance there. So this is what we, if you look at the explanation of it, when anyone asks you about a balanced graduate, a balanced person, a holistic person, basically it covers everything, not only one part of it. So
Sorry, Prof.
yes.
Can you make the slide little bit bigger or presentation mode?
Okay. Can you see it now?
Yeah. Now okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you, Prof.
So you have the mental balance and holistic in terms of your mental well-being, physical well-being, emotional well-being, spiritual well-being, social well-being, and if you're working, work and financial. Anything else that I miss out on this, you can just mention it, yeah? If there is anything that is not there, let me know. Both of us are learning from each other. So that is what it means by a balanced, a holistic person, a balanced and holistic graduate. These are the synonyms for the word holistic and balanced, meaning some similar words, yeah? Complete person, an integrated person, a thorough person, a full person, an extensive person, a comprehensive person. These are the synonyms for balanced and holistic. What words that have been used the most for you to describe a balanced and holistic person? Choose all the words there to describe a balanced and holistic person. What is the most word that you use? Out of the 6 words to describe balanced and holistic. Anyone?
Thorough.
Yes, please.
Thorough.
Yes, Shaima.
A thorough person.
A thorough person.
Integrated.
Okay, Shaima said that a holistic, balanced person is also a thorough person. Okay, that's the synonym that she likes to use. Who else? Anyone else?
A complete person.
A complete person, Siti Kamalia, yeah? A complete person. Okay, one more person.
Comprehensive.
Yes, Aisha?
Comprehensive.
A comprehensive person. So whenever you read these words, whenever you listen to this word, integrated, thorough, full, comprehensive, and complete, it means that you're talking about a balanced and holistic person, yeah? So because different people use different words. Okay, let's move on. This is a topic that we discussed today. Insan Sejahtera framework. And people mentioned about Insan Sejahtera framework right now, the explanation, the definition of it. So this is the framework of Insan Sejahtera. If you look at it, it starts with, in the middle there, triple ICE, humanizing education. This is the logo of IIUM. It starts with IIUM, the vision and the mission statements of IIUM. Remember, our rector discussed for 1 hour yesterday of the vision and mission statements of IIUM. And then we move on to the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, meaning to say national philosophy of education. Every nation has its own national philosophy of education. Malaysia has its own national philosophy of education. So that is another framework that we use to describe Sejahtera framework, Insan Sejahtera framework. And the third framework, a component, is Maqasid Syariah. Because we cannot run away from that. It is part of our philosophy. So that's the third framework that we use to describe Insan Sejahtera. Remember, holistic and balanced just now, the definition. And finally, we are talking about SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. Everybody is talking about sustainable. Is it sustainable? Whatever you do, you must look at it whether it's sustainable or not. And that's why we can focus on Rahmatan lil Alamin with these 4 frameworks, inshallah. Maybe in the future we have 1, 2, 3, or 4 more frameworks that we can add on. But this is to achieve Rahmatan lil Alamin, to be the Khalifa on earth, to carry the amanah and also the focus on Iqra. So these are the 4 frameworks that have been used to formulate Rahmatan lil Alamin, Insan Sejahtera, holistic and balanced graduates. So these are the 4 frameworks: our vision and mission, IIM vision and 7 mission statements, the philosophy of national philosophy of education, Maqasid Syariah, our SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, and outcome-based education. I hope by the time you graduate from IIUM, you are well versed with outcome-based education. If you are working in the education industry in Malaysia, you will know, and you should know, outcome-based education, because they are talking about higher order thinking skills, they are talking about lower order thinking skills, they are talking about KBAT and etc. So these are the 4 frameworks that we're going to talk about to describe Insan Sejahtera framework, yeah, that we use. And with Sustainable Development Goals, we are also focusing on 4 pillars of education, because the 4 frameworks focus on, number 1, general frameworks, number 2, education-based frameworks. All right, when you talk about SDG, is a general framework. When you talk about Maqasid, it's a general framework. When you talk about falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, or the philosophy of national philosophy of education, you talk about education framework. You talk about 4 pillars of education, about education framework. When you talk about OBE, outcome-based education, you're talking about education framework. When you talk about IIUM vision and 7 mission statements, you're talking about the general framework. Stop me if you have any questions there. So Tan Sri spent 1 hour talking about the vision and mission statement. but I'm going to start with that. Just a few minutes on that, just to recap what he mentioned and to relate that, to align that with the framework that is holistic and balanced graduates. So these are the 7 mission statements. So if you look at the first mission statement IIUM discussed by Tan Sri yesterday, you can see that the word integrating there, remember, is a synonym for holistic and balance. So the vision and mission statement was formulated a long time ago when IIUM was established. Just not now. So whatever you hear, whether you're talking about Insan Sejahtera, we are talking about SDG, we're talking about FPK, Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, or National Philosophy Education, or Maqasid, everything has been mentioned, everything has been described when the university was established. We are just rebranding. We are just re-emphasizing what our vision and mission statement is. I give an example. That is the first mission statement, to undertake the special greatly needed task of reforming the contemporary Muslim mentality and integrating. So remember, integrating is a synonym for holistic and balanced graduate just now. Integrating what? Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences. You cannot just focus on human sciences. You cannot just focus on political science from the Western point of view only. What about the Islamic perspective? You have to integrate the Islamic perspectives, the Islamic views, the values, Islamic perspectives in your courses. So, since you are going to be new students in the program, in our postgraduate program, whenever you attend your classes, you must ask your lecturers, you must ask your professors, where is the Islamic perspective? If it's not Islamic values, the Islamic perspective, whether it's political science, whether it's English, curriculum design, or you're talking about mathematics, hopefully, and I hope the professors and the lecturers are able to say, okay, these are from Islamic perspectives. If not, then we have to work harder on this. So that's the integrating of Islamic revealed knowledge and human sciences. And number 2, producing better quality intellectuals, professionals, and scholars, to produce graduates who are intellectuals, professionals, and scholars by integrating again. Remember, we talk about the synonym of holistics and balance, integrating, full, complete, comprehensive. So integrating what? You mentioned it yourself just now. The 3 components, the qualities of Iman. So you have to integrate the qualities of Iman. Knowledge again, knowledge, the intellect, the cognition, the mind, and good character. Somebody mentioned about good character. Very good. You have to integrate that. So Iman, knowledge, and good character. So that is the second mission statement that mentioned about integrating, in mentioning about holistic, which is the synonym for holistic and balance. And of course, the next one, you have to foster Islamization of the ethics, etc. I don't want to go into that. Tan Sri mentioned that yesterday. The 4th one is nurture. To nurture the quality of holistic excellence. It's been mentioned again in our mission statement, which is imbued. So holistic excellence, balanced person, comprehensive excellence, imbued with Islamic moral, spiritual values. You can go to other universities, you can go to other institutions of higher learning, but for IIUM, whatever you do, it must be imbued with Islamic moral, spiritual values in all aspects of teaching and learning, whether it's learning, whether it's teaching, whether it's doing your own research, your master's thesis or PhD dissertation, doing your consultancy or publication, or for us, administration or student life. It must be imbued with Islamic and moral, spiritual values. The rest, I don't want to go into the rest, but I just want to focus on why we are focusing on balance and holistic graduates. And they have been imbued, they have been there in our vision and mission statements since day one. So whatever we are doing right now, whatever new terms that we use are just rebranding to re-emphasize what we have been doing for so many years. Let's look at the first one, Falsafah Pendidikan Kebangsaan, or in English is National Philosophy Education. That's the first framework. This is focusing on education, yeah? Focusing on education. not only general, but education only. I believe that your countries have your own philosophy of education. If it doesn't have, if you have not seen it yet, you have to search for it, because the national philosophy of education was resurfaced, was reintroduced, was rediscussed for the past 1 or 2 years only. I think for the past 2 years, because it was on the shelf since 1988. But now we want to look into our national philosophy of education again. So what does it say about our philosophy of education? It will take about 1 hour to talk about each framework, but I just want to spend about 5 minutes to talk about it, the gist of it, that you need to know, especially those in education. What's the main objective of FPK? So when people ask you the national philosophy of education of Malaysia, what is it? Always remember that the main objective of FPK is to produce individuals who are, again, holistic, holistic and balanced. Intellectually, the mind, the cognition, spiritually, emotionally, physically, and socially balanced and harmonic. So they are all interrelated. Again, intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, physically, and socially balanced and harmonic, based on the firm belief in and devotion to Allah, to God. So for us, it's to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So what the philosophy has, what we have right now, what we focus on right now, is not at the tertiary level. It's not at IIUM only. We're focusing it on preschool, in terms of preschool curriculum, primary school curriculum, secondary school curriculum, and tertiary level curriculum. So when you look at the Malaysian curriculum, education curriculum, starting from preschool to tertiary, the focus must be to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, physically, and socially balanced and harmonic, based on a firm belief and devotion to Allah. So if you can't remember anything about FPK, remember this: to produce individuals. Remember about balance and also holistic individuals. Yeah? Those in the schools, you need to remember this. You need to practice this. Now, what does it mean there in terms of this 4 components just now, plus 5 social? When you talk about intellect, our cognition, our akal, whatever we do from preschool all the way to tertiary, the subjects that the disciplines, the subjects that we have to learn, whether it's math, science, history, geography, commerce, and etc. Those are to make sure that you have the cognitive growth. So that's the focus of the curriculum. Number 1 is the intellect, enhance the cognitive growth. And also you're talking about the emotion, the heart. How to develop your emotion, how to control your emotion, how to touch your emotion. So that's why in the preschool, the primary school, the secondary school, and tertiary, even at tertiary level, at the undergraduate level especially, yeah, look at it. Whether our curriculum has this kind of subjects, whether it's poetry, whether it's musical instruments, whether it's songs, whether it's painting, whether it's literature, languages, these are the subjects, these are the components that touch your emotion, that play around with your emotion, that handle your emotion, to make sure that you have a balanced emotion. Not only focusing in the intellect, but also in the emotion. So look at it. If it is not there, if it is not in the preschool, it's not in the primary school or secondary, you have to ask, because you are going to produce a balanced graduates. You must have this. And the third one is the physical or your psychomotor skills, the physical skills. Bloom's call it the psychomotor skills. We call it the physical skills. That's why we have sports. That's why we have the technical and vocational components in the curriculum, so that you can enhance your hands, your limbs. Of course, you don't have horse riding. It would be wonderful to have horse riding, swimming, and also archery. Because horse riding is to develop your whole body, to strengthen your whole body. Swimming is your endurance. And archery, I'm going to stop here. What is the main purpose of archery? Anyone can help me on this? Archery.
Focus.
Aiming.
Oh, yes, Shima, what was that again?
Aiming.
Aiming, Shaima, okay. Aiming, what else? Anyone else? Very good, Shaima. Archery.
Clear mission and vision.
Mission and vision. Okay, very good. I will add another one. Archery, if you look at archery, what was that again, Afifi?
Focusing.
Focusing.
Yes.
Wonderful. Because when you want to aim at something, in terms of archery, you have to be very focused to hit the bullseye. Your focus, your concentration, whatever you do, you need to be very focused. You must concentrate on that. So that's the main focus of archery. Because horse riding is your whole body, developing your whole body to be robust, to be able to take everything, anything that's given to you, for example. Swimming is your stamina. If you're doing your master's thesis, your PhD dissertation, it's not how fast you do it, but whether you have the endurance to end. Just like marathon, can you complete the marathon? It can take 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6 years, but the most important thing is completing the project, completing your thesis and dissertation. It's not how fast. You can go, you can run very fast. After 2 years, you give up and feel frustrated. So these are the things that, you know, that's why to be a holistic person, you have to have the physical component of it. That's why preschool, primary school, secondary school, even at tertiary level for undergraduate students, if you don't have the physical components in the curriculum, you must ask why. Because in order to have a complete person, you must have that. That goes with, if you want to be an architect, if you want to do wiring, if you want to design something, build something, technical vocation, by all means, using your hands also, yeah? And the third part, or the fourth part is the spiritual component of it. This is your deen, religion. Do we have that component in our preschool, primary school, secondary school, and tertiary education? If it's not there, you have to ask. That is to enhance your spirituality. For those who are not in focusing on spirituality, for example, you go to Tibet or go to some other countries, you focus on yoga, by all means. That is their way of doing things, the Western way of doing things. But we have our deen, you have to focus on that. So you must have that component. And also social, how to deal with people, the amanah, be compassionate, forgiving. We can talk about all these components, holistic, balanced graduates. But if you're not humble, there's no amanah, not polite, no akhlaq, what will happen to you? Respect people. So I can talk about the framework. Tan Sri can talk about the framework. But the day-to-day interaction, you have to apply it. Don't forget to be humble. No matter how good you are, you're answerable to the Almighty. Without Him, you are nothing. You have to respect each other. Whoever the person is, whether that person is a gelandangan, a homeless person, for example, coming to you, asking for food. Just because you are somebody that you don't want to give food to the person, you cannot say hi to the person, you cannot sit down with the person. No, you have to be humble. Respect that person. That's Allah's creation. Especially if that person is a Muslim. It's our brother, our sister. We can talk about the framework, but the day-to-day life there, you have to apply it. Respect someone. And be thankful, be grateful, shukr for Allah SWT for whatever you have. For the person over there, the homeless person, doesn't have a lot of things that what you have. Okay, I have to move on. So that is the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan, or philosophy of education, that is to produce individuals who are intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, physically, and socially balanced. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Let's move on to Maqasid Syariah. So let me ask you about Maqasid Syariah. Anyone? Do we have anyone who has not been exposed to Maqasid Syariah?
Me, Prof.
Yeah, all right. So, as I mentioned just now, but there is division, but there is philosophy education and Maqasid Syariah. Will take about 1 hour. So let's go into the important things first. When you talk about Maqasid Syariah, the traditional classification of Maqasid Syariah divided into 3. Yeah, 3 levels of necessity. 3 levels of necessities. You are talking about the daruriyat, the necessities, yeah, the daruriyat. You're talking about the hajiyat, the needs, and also tahsiniyat, luxuries. But my main focus today is on the daruriyat. We don't have much time. So the necessities. The necessities are divided into further five elements of preservations. So these are the preservations of religion, or faith, life, nafs, intellect. Again, we mentioned about intellect, yeah, akal, cognition. We're talking about lineage, nas, or keturunan, family, and wealth, or property, mal, or harta. So when people talk about Maqasid Syariah, you need to think about 2 components, 2 concepts. Number 1 is the daruriyat, necessities, hajiyat, tahsiniyat. I will not discuss about that. I just want to focus on daruriyat, the necessities. And this one is divided into the protection of deen, our religion, our faith, the protection of life, protection of intellect, protection of nas, keturunan, or lineage, and wealth and property. So if you look at everything around you, you need to protect and promote these essential values. You have to protect and promote your religion. You have to protect lives. You have to protect akal, your ilm. You have to protect your lineage. So that's why your keturunan, your nas. That's why LGBT or lesbianism, LGBT, it cannot work, because where is your keturunan? Where's your nasal? Where's your family tree? And your wealth, your property. So these are the 5 components of Maqasid Syariah that you need to remember. Of course, there are other issues, but basically, if you cannot think of anything else, this is the daruriyat, the necessities. Remember all this, that is to protect all these 5 components. I give an example. You have to protect our religion, to defend Islam against enemies. Attack. Defend Islam in terms of whatever that those who are not in favor of Islam saying about Islam. And you have to talk about the lineage, the family tree. You have to build hospitals, you have to take care of the life. Without hospitals, right now with COVID-19, with the doctors, with the hospitals, you have to spend a lot of money on hospitals, on equipment, and also vaccine. Because you have to protect life. You have to learn how to do it. You have to have the innovation. And hopefully they have the vaccine, inshallah. The vaccine can be distributed in Malaysia soon to protect life. And what about intellect? To protect our cognition, our mind. We have to provide education. Look at our country. Look at our countries, Muslim countries in the world. How many children have education? How many, forget about proper education, just a normal education. How many Muslim students have that? But that is part of it's the necessity in Maqasid Syariah. One of the 5 necessities, that is the intellect. Provide, and also distribution of wealth in fairly manner through zakat and property. Wealth distribution. We have millions of ringgit through zakat. Everybody has to pay zakat. Where does the money go? Is it so difficult? Maybe you say that it's so difficult to find people who need zakat. Is it true? Look at your neighbors. When I talk about this, when I talk about FPK, when I talk about Maqasid Ashirah, try to relate that to your research, try to relate it to your courses, try to relate it to your master's thesis, PhD dissertation. If you are working in your thesis and dissertation or projects, which part of it is Maqasid? Which part of it is FPK? If it is not, try to incorporate that, because without applying it, it doesn't work. You need to apply that. And of course, we move on to the next one. The third focus, of the first focus of the framework of Insan Sejahtera, again, holistic and balanced graduate, Sustained Development Goals, SDGs. What does it mean by the word sustainable? Anyone? Anyone who would like to share with me? Sustainable. What does it mean by the word sustainable? Yes.
Consistent.
I mean, yes, brother. I mean, consistent, sustainable, consistent. Okay. One more.
Endurance, maybe?
Endurance, sustainable, consistent. Okay, one more.
Maintenance.
Maintenance. Okay. So when you talk about sustainable goals, it is from the United Nations. Okay. It is from the United Nations. Very good. When you talk about SDGs, for all new students of IIUM, undergraduate, yeah, not postgraduate students, undergraduate students, they have to register for a course on sustainable development. And we talk about sustainable developments, you're talking about 17 sustainable development goals from the United Nations. You don't have to memorize it, but you can Google it. But what does it mean by sustainable? When you talk about the goals, we have non-poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, and etc. What does it mean? It's a development. What kind of sustainable development? It's a development that meets the needs of the present. Development that meets our needs right now, without compromising the ability of future generations, the ability of our children, our great-grandchildren. Whatever that we have right now, we need to sustain it so that the future generations can use it also, can realize it also. So it's a development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. So when you talk about sustainable in terms of what? Economy, society, and environment. The easiest thing to say about SDG is look at our river. Can you swim in the river now? For those who have been in IIUM, for those who have a river around your place, for example, can you swim in the river now?
No.
Because it's not sustainable, right? What about when you were small? Were you able to swim in the river?
Yes.
Can.
Yeah, but can you swim in the river now?
No.
Not so much.
Not so much. For some people who can swim in the river, alhamdulillah. If you cannot swim in the river, it's not sustainable because it doesn't meet the needs of future generations. Your children right now cannot swim in the river. It meets your needs when you were small. So it's not sustainable. What's wrong with it? Because of pollution. What about forests? Can you see, if you go to so many places in Malaysia right now, there's so many places that have been developed for commercial purposes, and you can see deforestation. What happened to the forests? So is it sustainable? If you chop down the trees. You have to plant the trees so that you are able to meet the needs of the future generations. So that is sustainable. So not only environment, the society, but also the economy. So what is education for sustainable development? Well, let me focus on, when we talk about SDGs, you're talking about in general, yeah, 17 goals. But there's another one, 4 pillars of education. When you focus on education of UNESCO, it is learning how to know, learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together. We'll discuss that in a minute, yeah? But what it is that, how does SDG relate to Makasid? Let's look at one by one. Okay, SDG says no poverty. One of the focus of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, is no poverty. Which necessity of Makasid is related to no poverty? Wealth, right? You can relate to wealth, you can relate to life also. What about zero hunger?
Daruriyah.
Okay, but in terms of the 5 components, whether it's religion, life, intellect, lineage, or wealth, which one is it?
An-nafsi.
What was that again?
Life.
Life.
Life
Yeah,
and
because you're hungry, you cannot eat, you might die. You're hungry, then you don't have wealth. It's also life and wealth. What about good health and well-being? It's wealth also.
Life.
Life and wealth, right?
Yeah.
What about number 4, quality education? Intellect.
Intellect.
Yeah.
Al-nafsi. Mind.
Yeah, exactly. And also, when you talk about gender equality, this is something that we disagree as a Muslim, yeah, because they want to have equal, yeah, fair and just, yes, but not equal, yeah. So we have make sure that the 17 goals that you have here must be imbued with Islamic moral values, must be from the Islamic perspective. So we have to make it from the Islamic perspective, because knowing United Nations, you cannot put religion, you cannot put spirituality in there, because there are so many religions in the world and they will fight each other. Without religion, they are still fighting each other in the United Nations. What more if you put religion in there? So for us in the IIUM, you must include the Islamic perspective in there. So that's why we can relate it to Makasid. Clean water and sanitation. You're talking about life also, right? What about, let's look at climate change, climate action. That is life. What about life below water, the fish? Life also. Life on land, life also, all the animals. Peace, justice, and strong institutions. That's your intellect, that's your religion. Partnership for goals. Everything is related to Makasid Sharia. If it's not related, it's our job to include it from the Islamic perspective. Again, when you do your thesis, when you do your dissertation, when you do your course projects, look at the SDGs here. Which one is related to you? Yeah, you can incorporate that. If not, there's no point of me talking about SDGs. There's no point of Tan Sri and our colleagues talking about SDGs, your professors, and you don't include it in your thesis, dissertation, and course project. I hope we can do that, yeah? And I'm doing it for myself also, for my own course. So again, there's no spirituality because it's United Nations. It's our job to include spirituality in there. That is the general part of SDGs. What about what about the one that is focusing on education? This is 4 pillars of education. So when you talk about United Nations, they are focusing on knowing, learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and also learning to live together. So don't look into this, yeah? Learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, and learning to live together. What does that mean? So when you talk about learning to know, it's the intellect, knowing, knowledge, ilm. Is it new? No. We have a vision and mission. We have the philosophy of education. We have our maqasid. It's nothing new. When you talk about learning to do, is it new? No. That is ilmu amal. When in Islam, you talk about ilm and amal. I want you to look into it. Ilmu without amal is like what? Amal without ilmu. Which one is which? Which one do you prefer? Amal without ilmu or ilmu without amal? Yes.
We need both actually.
Excellent. That was a trick question just now. We need to have both. We need to have ilm and we have to have amal. You have to practice, you have to do it. So our framework right now, Insan Sejahtera framework, forget about it if you don't amal it. All right? You have to amal it in your daily life. So you start from the bottom here to know intellectually whether it's something that you have to know, whether it's about your subjects, something else. You have to have the knowledge, you have to have the understanding of it. Then you have to apply it. Use the skills. You can apply, you analyze, evaluate it, create it, what have you. If you don't apply it, it doesn't work. And then you have to internalize it. Be part of your life. You can see the sticker on behind a car, on the car screen there. Islam is a way of life. In order to make Islam as a way of life, you have to internalize it. You have to know what it is. You have to have the ilm. You have to apply it. You have to internalize it. Make it a part of you, your habit. And when it becomes your habit, it's part of you. Once you have internalized it, then you have to live together. You have to change. When you live together, you have to change from I to us, from me to we, to myself to ourselves. You cannot use the word I anymore. I, and I, me, and myself. When you want to live together with your neighbors, it's us, we, ourselves, ummah, as a team. So this is the 4 pillars of education of the United Nations. 4 pillars of education. Is it something new? No. It has been talked about, it has been discussed. We just want to try to align it with our framework, Insan Sejahtera framework. So the focus is to know, to do, to be, and to live together. And I've explained the meaning of each one of them just now. It's 10 o'clock right now. For outcome-based education, I'm going to go into it because outcome-based education is specifically in your department, in your kuliah, and with your professors. Meaning to say that the first day of your class, you must ask your professor, what is the learning outcome of this course? At the end of this course, what do you want me to be able to do? What do you want us to know and be able to do with what we know? What are the outcomes of the course? And how to deliver that outcomes? What methodology is used to deliver that outcomes? And what is the assessment, the evaluation that has been used to ensure that we have achieved that outcomes? So that is basically outcome-based education. You ask your professor, at the end of the course, students should be able to 1, 2, 3, 4 learning outcomes, and what is the method of delivery, pedagogy, and how do you tie it with the learning assessments? Okay. So those are the concepts of Insan Sejahtera. It comes from remember, our vision and mission, also the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. We talk about the maqsad syariah, we talk about SDGs. Everything is under Insan Sejahtera to produce a holistic and balanced graduate. Remember, when you talk about Insan Sejahtera, you are talking about the head, intellect, the ilm. You're talking about the heart, the emotion, top. You're talking about the hands, the limbs, and you're talking about the soul, the faith, spirituality. Any curriculum who doesn't have that one will not be able to produce a balanced, holistic graduate. And you can include that, you can incorporate that, integrate that in your research, in your publication, community engagement, or if you are teaching, incorporate in all this. So how do you put everything, map everything together? You want to be the Khalifah on earth. But before we want to be the Khalifah on earth, we have to be Khalifah to ourselves. As I said just now, are we humble enough? Do we respect each other? Are we respectful? Are we thankful to God? Khalifah to our family. Khalifah to our friends. Khalifah to our neighbors, nations, and etc. It's easy to talk about Khalifah, but start with yourself first. So if you look at all these frameworks, they are the same. It starts with knowing, knowledge. It starts with ilm, understanding, cognitive domain, the intellect, and then amal, application of it. You must apply it. If you don't apply it, it doesn't work. Ilm without amal is wasteful. Amal without ilm is foolish. And then you have to go beyond amal. You have to beyond amal in the Western secular mindset, whether it's United Nations and the rest, it's stop with amal. You have to move beyond amal, beyond application, analyzation, to apply, to analyze, to evaluate, or to create. You go to beyond. You have to go beyond that. You have to contemplate. You have to reflect. Whatever you do, your knowledge, your ilm, your amal, you have to contemplate. You have to reflect your relationship with human beings, your relationship with Allah. Hablu minan nas, hablu min Allah. This is missing from the secular framework, but we have to include it there. From the Islamization knowledge, you must include it there. And that's why if all courses require students to have reflection at the end of a lesson or a chapter or a unit or topic, it'll be very good for you to contemplate, for you to reflect the topic, and also in terms of your relationship with Allah, the topic with Allah. How does it relate to Islam? How does it relate to Allah? If not, we are just focusing on a secular worldview only. Yeah. So I hope you can include that, not only amal, but also how, and beyond that, the contemplation, reflection, tafakkur, yeah? Contemplation and reflection of what you do with Allah. So thank you very much. If you have any questions or comments, you can email me at isarji@ium.edu. This is question and answer session. So if there are any questions, you can ask me now. I will hand over it to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, Prof, for your wonderful presentation on Insan Sajatra. It was a very great presentation. Professor Dr. Isaji mentioned a holistic and integration life and education and balance with physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, social, and financial. And then Prof also highlighted a IIICE and IIUM vision and mission, Rahmatan lil Alameen, Khalifa, Ikra, Amana, and then explain sustainable development goals and Maqasid Sharia, how interconnected each other. Finally, Prof explain about ilm and amal. So it is a comprehensive code of life. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned in the Quran, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu udkhulu fis-silmi kaffa. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks, we have to be complete Muslim, complete, holistic and integrated with the life, society, education, iman and amal. So it is a very important for us to be Insan Sajatra. So thank you very much, Prof, for your presentation. Brothers and sisters, do you have any question? You can write down in the chat box, or you can ask with microphone.
Salam, Prof.
Assalamualaikum.
Okay. Okay, just go on.
So you talked about protecting religion, and currently we see there are some tricks people play with our religion, and they create doubts in innocent people's minds. So how to create awareness about such people?
So what is your answer to that? What do you think? Let me ask you first. What is your suggestion? Because all of us are graduate students, we have our own experience.
Maybe increase education and...
Very true. Ilm, education, basic education. As I just said just now, you must have Even Marcus said this, everything that we have in terms of framework, you have the intellect, you're talking about the cognition. Is very important. Even with people can deceive people, am I right? Even if you're a scholar, you can be deceived also. But the basic things is whether you are here, whether you're with your family, whether you're in society, try to educate ourselves. And of course, it's the job of the government to do that. Oh, the society, the ummah to do that. All right, thank you. Next. Anyone else?
One sister asks in the chat box.
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat box.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
Salam Prof, can you explain more on ilm in Islam? Do every branches of knowledge counted as ilm?
Yeah, okay, we have to spend a lot of time on that. So what's the basic things about Islam that we have to know? Talking about our iman and our akhlaq, right? Our iman and our akhlaq. If you go to preschool in Malaysia, primary school in Malaysia, they will talk about rukun iman and the fundamentals of iman and fundamental Islam. Those are the two principal fundamentals that we'll talk about, and then you go beyond that. Yeah. So not much time that I can talk about it now, but these are the things that we can share with each other. You can share your own groups on this. Yeah. Thank you. One more, last one.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm Aisha. Currently, I'm studying in psychology.
Yes.
First of all, I have two questions. First of all, about this Insan Sejahtera, is it an article or is it a book written by you if you want to refer in future or something like that? That is the first. And the second one is because I'm furthering my study in developmental psychology, and I have a vision to build by studying this psychology, I have a vision to build what call this thing ecosystem, or like to build a comprehensive human being, as whatever that you present today, it's in line with my vision, my personal vision, my yeah. So do you have any general advice how to pursue that vision, how to do you get it?
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, Sister Aisha.
Yeah, thank you.
Have you read the book written by the late Professor Malik Badri? Professor passed away last week.
Yeah, I know some book written by him because it's presented under ABIM, but I did not have a chance to read it personally, but I do have a copy of it.
Yes, if you're able to read works, yeah, articles and also books written by Professor Malik Badri, the late professor, is very good because he is focusing on Islamic psychology. Yeah, Islamic psychology from a perspective of Islam. So it can help you very much on that. In terms of Insan Sejahtera, the university has published a few articles and manuscripts on this. We have a book on this also, and we are working on this at the same time. Yeah, you can Google on that. Okay, so if there are any more questions, because I don't want to take much of other speakers' time, you can email me at isarji at IIUM. Yeah, at IIUM. You can email me at that. So thank you very much, everyone. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your presentation and time.
Thank you.
So our next topic is about conducting postgraduate research, why and how. I already mentioned in the earlier about postgraduate research important for postgraduate students. It is related to thesis writing, problem statement, literature review, methodology, and then defense and graduation on time. So I think the speaker is Professor Dr. Nur Lida Abu Qasim. Prof is here.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Yes, I'm here.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Prof, how are you?
Alhamdulillah, brother. How are you? This is our second time meeting.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
So without delay, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Nurlid Abu Qasim for her presentation. Please welcome.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Do you see my? So I'm.
Yeah, clear.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. I wanted to have a smooth presentation, so I actually have two devices, two computers going on at the same time. And I like to welcome all the new postgraduate students and also welcome to our existing postgraduate students, especially our brother chairman. And I hope that you'll have a very good journey ahead actually, you know. Without further ado, let me just start with my presentation, yes? So I will share my screen. Okay. All right. I shall put it on the slideshow. Okay. Oh, it's not clear.
Yeah, clear, Prof.
Okay. All right. Okay. Let me. Now the thing is that. Okay. All right. So the first question that I like to ask, I like, participation, and I'm sure that, everyone here is actually hoping to be face to face. Yes. So please use the chat box. So these are some questions. How do you feel about being here, ready to embark on your new journey?
Brothers and sisters, can you anyone can answer?
Ready.
Ready? Are you doing masters or PhD, brother?
Masters of Architecture.
Masters of Architecture. Did you study at IIUM or somewhere else?
I'm from Lim Kok Wing.
Lim Kok Wing. Okay, so I think the environment could be quite different, right?
Yes, very different.
Very different, yes. Okay, so how did you feel about Prof. Isaji's talk just now about insight structure?
It was very enlightening. So I learned a lot actually. I don't know whether I don't know that we need to balance up work and afterlife. Usually we only focus on worldly stuff instead of akhirat.
Yeah, I think where Islam is concerned, akhirah comes first. The worldly life is to facilitate our journey home, because our Ustaz Dato' Hamidun, one thing that he always mentioned is that he says that we are alien here, because he said the earth is, this world is not our home. Our home is in Jannah. So since we come from there, our father Adam alayhis salam came from Jannah, and that's where we're supposed to be. So we should try our best to get home, like E.T. go home, kind of thing. Okay, so Islamization, being a person who's holistic, balanced, and getting the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I think that is our final goal. Okay, but in this world, in our pursuits of living here, making a better life for humanity, research is one of the things that we have to do, as students, as postgraduate students. So the question now for us is that, like for you, you feel that you're ready, but are you ready for online learning? How do you all feel about online learning? Because now it has to be online. Anyone? Yes?
Someone
It is
answer
a
in
new
the chat box.
for all of us.
Yeah, chat box, so you can also, you can also speak out, no problem.
Yeah, Farija Aisha, she wrote excited yet nervous.
Yeah,
Then Noor Halinda, very anxious.
very anxious. And
Rijal
Assalamualaikum.
Jaim,
online
Nikun
learning.
Alhamdulillah, very excited.
Yeah,
And then Lana Saku, yes, so excited.
Alhamdulillah.
Sofika Azman, Alhamdulillah, excited and nervous to start this new journey.
Yeah.
Muhammad Fathullah, Alhamdulillah, excited but very anxious.
Nervous. Yes, I think this is something that is that is expected. That we are not, because we're not sure. We're not sure what's going to happen in the future, and we're not sure, about how you're going to cope with this, especially with this online learning thing. And as it is, when it is face to face, your supervisor is not there 24/7. And you feel that you need guidance 24/7. So how do you manage this? So this talk is a bit about how to manage, and also what are the things that you have to focus on when you want to do your research. So what do you feel is the biggest challenge for you? We talk about your feelings. Now, what's the biggest challenge for you? Please feel free to speak up. No problem.
Hello, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I'm Siti, and currently I'm doing a master in medical sciences. So this project already started last year. But I'm just a research assistant. But then this year, for this project, we have to totally shift everything to online, and we didn't see it, we did not foresee this. So I think the biggest challenge is to change back all the methodologies of this project, and then to be able to align with the new norm right now. So yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge, because the methodology is already being set up earlier. So right now it's just to change everything. So I think it's quite a challenge for me, because yeah, it's a totally change up of everything.
Okay. Anyone else? What do you think would be your biggest challenge for your postgraduate journey?
Hello.
Yes, hi.
My name is ARUF.
Okay, yes, Arif.
I am currently doing masters in business intelligence and analytics.
Okay, SDT then.
Me, my biggest challenge is I just finished with my undergraduate studies, and then I think my friends getting a job, then getting salary, and then I'm just continuing masters because I just want to achieve a bigger responsibilities, because I'm trying to kind of shifting my path from economics to IT based.
I see.
And then my biggest challenge is currently to stay motivated despite of and seeing my friends getting a job and then achieving what's the success in life, kind of.
The thing is that, sometimes people feel that when you change fields, that it is difficult. Actually, there's I read somewhere, if I remember correctly, that when you change field, you get a new passion for it. You feel that you are dealing with something new, and the passion for it is actually, will actually be there. And of course, when we learn anything new, it's always uphill. It's always uphill. And from my own personal experience learning statistics, what I find is that in the beginning is a bit tough. But after some time, when you reach a certain threshold, then it gets easier to learn, and the learning becomes faster. But the thing is that one thing that a friend of mine, who's also now my dean, she gave me a very good advice. And I think this is something that all postgraduate students must bear in mind. What she said was, she said, go into something that you want to be related to for the rest of your life, especially for PhD, because once you get your PhD, if you go into academic, then your publication, your research, will be in the area that you've been working in. So when you choose to establish yourself or to work in a particular field, you have to think about, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. So don't get into something that you feel that it is not something that can sustain. So sustainability in terms of interest, in terms of something you feel worth doing, these are the two things that is very important when you decide what sort of research I want to get into and what field that I will pursue. Okay. So area of research is still new. When someone's put here, Farah said that her area of research is still new, not much literature. The thing is that with online sources, with online sources, we have to be very careful. Because if you look at, there is, I'm not sure whether you're aware, there's something that is called retraction watch. Retraction watch. Some papers are published in journals, but those the data or some of the things that are published actually are fraudulent, And we find that there are many papers that have been retracted over the years. And big journals such as Nature, Blood, these big journals, they also have papers that have been retracted. So this is very important for us. When we read something, whether it is online, whether it's from any journal, we have to be very careful, because some people do not have good ethical practices, so they actually fabricate data, and they fabricate their findings, and we have to be very careful about this. So I suggest that you actually look it up. This retraction watch is very important. Okay. All right. Nur Halinda said here, research needs to meet people, observe behaviors in interviews. So of course, when your research is based on observation, sometimes it's not just what they say, right? It's also their what do you call that? The facial expression, how they look, the way their eyes shift sometimes. So these are things that is very difficult to see online. Yes, the body language. Okay, so there are lots of challenges for you, and I think that if we are aware that there will be these challenges, then we will have to anticipate. Okay, we have to anticipate. If we anticipate those challenges, it's a lot easier for us to get through our journey. Okay. I will not be talking a lot about these fabricated data and retracted papers in our webinar, but I think this is a good topic that we should be talking about, one of these days. Okay. So some important tips, okay, or challenges or tips that we have to take into account. Number one is owning your time. Now I see that in the chat box, someone says that I'm online learning is okay for me because I'm a mother, so I'm staying at home, very convenient. I can learn at the same time, do household chores and all that. While another person actually says that, Learning from home is difficult because at the same time, my mom asked for help to do the house chores, you know. So for different people, actually, working from home can be a good option, and for some, it is not the best option. Okay, so what you have to do is that you have to own your time. Okay, you have to own your time. That means you must have very strong time management skills. Okay, you must have very strong time management skill. Have some sort of what do you call that? Not like a timetable, but something like that. So where you know when you work best. Okay, for some people they work best early in the morning. Okay, before Fajr. There are some people, you know, like I work quite well in the afternoon from 2 to 4. When I was an undergraduate student, I used to study from 2 to 4 when my roommates are attending lectures. So they always see me sleeping at night, and they always wonder, how do I, you know, when do I actually study? So actually I study in the afternoon. So you have to have a very strong time management. And the other thing is that when you start with your thesis, or when you're doing your coursework and you have assignments, you must make sure that, you know, you stay focused and you do it, and don't procrastinate. I think procrastination is a big problem for many people. We tend to procrastinate till the end of, you know, towards the end of the submission date, then we panic, and then we start to, the quality of our work is not so good. So when you are doing your thesis, you know, or your research report, you have to focus on short, regular submissions, okay? For example, you start with your chapter 1. Don't wait until you have completed 1 to 3. Okay, you submit your chapter. Maybe you can submit your literature review first, because it is from the literature review that you identify the research gap. And from the research gap, then only you can write the problem statement. All right, then only you can write your introduction, the research, once you have written your problem statement. Okay, first thing, identify the gap. Write the problem that you try to solve, okay, and the significance of the research that you are doing. So if you don't do the literature review, then how are you going to identify the gap? Now, some people feel that, you know, it's okay, you know, I can work on my literature review as I go along. But then you come up with an idea, and then your supervisor said, no, this is something that has been done before, go and read up. Okay, so the best thing to do actually would be to go and to read up based on the most current research, to find where the gap is, what else needs to be investigated. Okay, so we will talk a bit more about that later on. But here, I want you to know that you need to have a very strong time management, and you need to tell the people in your life that this is my time. Okay, this is a time that I shall spend with you, and this is a time that I have to, it's time for me. Okay, it's time for me, that I need to spend this time to study. All right, so when you communicate with, you know, significant members of your family and also your friends, then they know that, okay, you know, this is the time for her, let's respect this, and give her some space. Okay, so and they know what to expect, so they will not feel, hopefully, inshallah, they will not feel deserted, that you have deserted them, that you don't care about, you know, helping them, and so on. And the second thing is the regular submissions. Okay, so send chapter by chapter. I must tell you that your lecturers are very busy people. You know, we at the Kuliah of Education, we have about at least 15 students to supervise. Okay, for me, I think I have about 10 PhD students and 7 or 8 master students. And my PhD students don't just come from IIUM. I have one person from UPM. I have another person from UKM. I have one person from UMK, and I have 2 PhD students from Open University. So everybody's clamoring for time. You know, everybody wants to complete on time. Everybody needs your attention. But for us, we only have 24 hours a day, and we need to sleep. We need to look after our families. So there are lots of, you know. So this is why regular short submissions is a good idea, because then your supervisors are not overwhelmed. You know, if you submit 3 chapters, you submit 50 pages in one go, how long do you think that will take the supervisor to read? Okay, it will take a long time. And I think this is for all of us. When we see something that is a bit daunting, a bit overwhelming, we tend to put it aside. And we say, okay, you know, I have to sort the other things out first because this is pretty lengthy. It will take a lot of my time, you know. So that gets set aside more and more. So the good thing is that make it short, small pieces, so that it's easy for you to handle and also for your lecturers to do. Okay, what I tell my students is that I always tell them, whenever you have a research idea in mind, I say just give me a 2-page write-up. I just want to read 2 pages. Okay, the first thing I want to know is that what is the research problem that you want to address? This is the first thing. And how do you plan to address this problems? Okay, so I want the research problem, I want the research objectives, I want the research questions, and what's the significance of the research? Okay. So from there, then after we've talked about it, we said, oh, I asked, how do you identify the research gap? Did you read the current literature? What makes you so sure that this problem, you know, is affecting a lot of people? And then why do you think that this problem is significant? After we have established that, then only I say, okay, now you can, you know, put in now you have the bones, now you put in the meat. Okay, so this is the first one. The second is managing your supervisor, as I said. You know, number 1 is communication. Now, don't WhatsApp your supervisor every day. You'll drive your supervisor nuts. Okay, when you submit your work, you need to give your supervisor a realistic timeline. You know, you cannot submit something today and expect it will be ready in 2 days' time or 3 days' time. Because if you look at me, I have 18 students. And when my students submit their work, you know, so I have teaching, I have supervision, I have office work, I have research, I have publication. So I have to juggle all these things. This does not include my family. Okay, so I have to juggle all these things so that each aspect of my responsibility I have time for. Okay, so give short regular submissions, give a realistic timeline. Okay, so what you can do is that, you know, after you have submitted, you can drop, let's say, an email to your supervisor 3 days later, or you can say that asking, how are you? Is it possible for me to know when would you be able to give me some feedback so that I can plan what are things that I should be doing in the meantime. Or you can ask your supervisor, I know that you're reading my work. What is your advice that I should be doing while waiting for your feedback? You know, so this communication between supervisor and supervisee is very important. Okay, and number 2 is that absence. Now, what happens to some students is that they disappear. Okay, after they finish their courses, they're supposed to embark on their thesis, on their research, they disappear. They disappear for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, half a year, and then they resurface and give the supervisor 100 pages and tell him that, or tell her, I need to register for my 2nd semester, or I need to show progress, so I need this feedback as soon as possible. So these are things that, you know, unreasonable. Okay, so it's not just about managing your supervisor, but also managing yourself. Now, the third one is conflict between supervisors. Now, usually, in some cases, you have more than one supervisor. Now, usually for master students, you only have one single supervisor, but for postgraduate students, you have, for PhD, you can have a supervisory committee. And most of the time, the supervisory committee are people who can work together, and they seem to have, you know, similar ideas. But it's quite possible that you can have supervisors that have different ideas. So what do you do? Okay, what do you do? So what do you think that you should do? What do you think that you should do as a student if, you know, your supervisors have conflicting ideas? What is your approach? What should you do? Anyone?
We can merge their ideas and do what both of them are suggesting.
But if those ideas don't match, if the ideas don't match,
we need to do our own analysis.
Oh yes, yes. This is very important because at the end of the day, you are responsible for your research. At the end of the day, you have to take responsibility for your thesis, okay? Because the examiners are not going to put the blame on your supervisor. The examiners are going to put the blame on for not being scholarly enough, okay? So if there are any conflicting information that you get, you need to check on it. You need to check. So what I did when I was doing my PhD was that I got some conflicting views. So what I did was I read up some journal articles. And then I form my own decision because I know that in the end I am responsible for it. Okay, so you have to do that also. You cannot just accept what anyone say. Okay, I had one student that I was an examiner, and what happened was that that student made a mistake in the thesis. So he said that during the proposal colloquium, one of the examiners mentioned something, you know, and I said that, yeah, I was at that colloquium. The examiner actually made a mistake, but you should have checked, you know. So don't just, sometimes we are just human beings, right? We are likely to make mistakes. So always check, always verify information is very important. Okay, so the next thing is about what if your supervisor go on leave, go on retirement, or go on sabbatical? Then you're stuck. Okay, then you're stuck. Now, one thing I always tell my students is that before you ask someone to be a supervisor, ask whether are you going to retire? Do you have plans to leave? You know. So my students ask me, Prof, will you be retiring soon? Will you be leaving the university? I said, no, I think I shall be staying for the next maybe 2-3 years. So they say, then can I, you know, put you down as my supervisor? I said, no problem. Okay, so these are things that we have to remember when we are managing the supervisor. And you need to have very good communication skills, because I must tell you that lecturers have so much on their plate that sometimes it's quite easy to offend them. All right. So if you end up offending your supervisor, then you will not have a good communication with the supervisor. Okay. All right. Now the third thing is that catching second year blues. Okay. Now you're also excited about embarking on this, but you find that this assignment will die down. You know, when you're stuck with your assignments, and then you start to feel a bit lonely, you know, you feel alone, that you're struggling, and the motivation may decrease. So my suggestion is that one of the things, a good thing to do is to go for conferences. Now there's no face-to-face conferences, but that they are virtual ones, and most of the webinars and all that, they are free, right? They are free. So you can catch up with what other people are doing, what other people are saying, you can upgrade your skills, you can make new friends. So you find that someone, oh, this person is also working in the same area, so somebody that I can discuss with, because you cannot think that I shall just depend on my supervisor. Go for training courses. Now CPS gives organizes a lot of training courses. So go for those training courses. If you have any weaknesses, identify your weaknesses and strengthen them. Okay. Now, one of the things that I find whenever I examine a thesis, or I read my students' work, okay, there are two problems that I see. Number one is the language. Okay, sometimes students don't bother too much, I think. They write whatever that they think, and then they leave it to the supervisor to do the correction. Now, this is not a very good attitude. It's a very bad attitude, actually. Personally, for me, I did my PhD in university science, but at the same time, I also received a fellowship from Australia. Okay, there is this fellowship program that's called Australian Endeavour Postgraduate Fellowship. It's a scholarship. It's a scholarship. Anyone receiving this scholarship can spend 6 months to 1 year in Australia, and you can either work with your supervisor over there, and the supervisor, you can work on your literature, or mainly on your data collection or data analysis. In my case, I received this fellowship award in 2004, and I was there in 2005, early in 2005, and worldwide for that particular year, there were only 18 postgraduate the Australian Postgraduate Endeavour Award, and I was the recipient from Malaysia. Okay, and remember, worldwide only 18 people. Okay, so it's a very good fellowship award, because number one, you get to work with somebody who is an expert in your field, but of course that person must be in Australia. Number two, I was fully sponsored. They gave me 10,000 Australian for me to go to Australia and to come back to Malaysia. So that's about at that time it was about 33,000 Malaysian ringgit. And for the period that I was there, I got an allowance of 2,500 Australian, which is about 7,000 Malaysian ringgit. Now, the program is still there. You can Google it, and you can try and apply for it. Okay, but the important thing is that you need to have a supervisor in Australia, and for that person to support your application. So the institution must support your application. Okay, so these are some of the things that you should try and go for. But I'm diverting a little bit from my original point. What I'm trying to tell you is that when I first met my supervisor, Prof. Trevor Bond, I showed him a 2-page write-up. And he said to me, "You write better than my Australian students." And I thought, we have this thinking that, Mat Saleh, our Westerners, they are very kind with their words, they are encouraging. So I just smiled at him, and he looked at me and he said, I meant what I said. You know, my supervisor was he's a very straightforward, very strict man, you know. So he said that. So for me personally, I do not give my supervisor something that I myself cannot identify the mistakes. I always make sure that I don't have any language errors. I make sure that my arguments are okay before I give my supervisor. Whatever that I give my supervisor, it is something that I can identify the mistakes and I am able to correct. When he gets it, it is something that is beyond me. So that's his part. Okay. So you have to, you need to have this kind of attitude. Okay. So number one is the language. Make sure that you are not giving your supervisor a hard time by trying to figure out what you're trying to say. You know, trying to slog through all that language errors. This is number one. Number two is the arguments that you put forward. Okay. Sometimes what you see in the beginning of the sentence and what is said at the end of the sentence don't match. Sometimes they contradict. Sometimes there's a problem with the flow. Okay. So you have, whenever that you're writing, you have to ask yourself, is this what I intend to say? Okay. Am I saying what I intend to say? Now, tomorrow, I am not sure whether later today that you're going to have a session about the language bit of it. But what I'm saying is that it's not just language. It's about how you present your ideas. Okay. Sometimes, you know, I have evaluated theses where the ideas are all over the place. And the ideas are not coherent. And sometimes they are contradicting. So you have to make sense, okay? And these are some things that you have to do if you want to become a scholar. When you're doing your master's, you're doing your PhD, you're on a journey of scholarship. And you must demonstrate these characteristics. You know, this cincai-cincai tak apa, it's okay, my supervisor will fix it. It's not good. Okay, it's not good. Okay, so the next thing is that pursue varied and rewarding tasks. Okay, so you're doing your studies, but at the same time, you know, you have to have other interests. You have to have other interests. When I was doing my PhD, I did it quite late in my life, actually. You know, I was already 41 when I embarked on my PhD. So I enjoy going to conferences. So what I did was, apart from my PhD, I also work on other research. Okay, so I find that very satisfying. So I attend conferences at least 4 times a year. And I had, you know, so it means that I presented papers not just on my research, but also on other research that I was doing. So this is something that sort of, you know, keep up your interest and keep you going. And the third one, we will talk about choosing a topic. Okay, one later we will talk about choosing a topic, inshallah. I shall try to keep the time. Now, set realistic expectations. When you set your expectations, when are you going to complete your literature review so that you can identify the gap? When am I going to complete, after I identified the gap, when am I going to do my problem statement? When am I going to finish my chapter 1? When am I going to finish my chapter 3, my methodology? So you have to set timelines. Do a Gantt chart, okay? But make sure that you set realistic expectations and factor in, don't forget to factor in the time for your supervisor to actually go through your work and have a discussion with you. Okay. Now, my suggestion is this. Every time you go and see your supervisor, you have discussion, make sure you have a discussion note. Okay, have discussion notes. You do your discussion notes and then you email it to your supervisor. So that the next time you go and see your supervisor, then your supervisor can refresh his or her memory about your work so that, you know, you go in the right direction. okay? So that your supervisor don't forget and then bring you to a different direction, okay? Now you must remember, your supervisor is supervising quite a number of students, not just you. Now you just imagine, I have 18 students. It's not possible for me to remember each and every word that my student has written, you know? So the review, the discussion review that you write is actually good for you. Now someone raised her hand. Who is that? Any questions so far? No questions? Okay, so then I shall continue. So the fourth point is when you start your thesis. Okay, this is where students sort of drop off. Okay, drop off the scene. Now, when you're doing your courses, it's okay because the courses sort of keep you in line. Okay, you have weekly lectures, you attend your lectures, and then you have your what do you call that? You have your assignments and deadlines are given to you, so you are able to keep up with those things. Okay, some people better than others, but somehow those deadlines that have been given by your lecturers, it helps you to keep you on track. But when you start your thesis, then you sort of, you know, fall apart, you know, you fall behind, you know, you get writer's block, you're not sure where you're going, you're not sure what you do. So this is where you need to have a good support group. Okay, you have to have a good support group. Now, it's good to link with people in your own field of study. Okay, have a small discussion group that make a commitment that once a week we will talk about our research. I listen to yours and you have to listen to me. I give my feedback to you and you also have to give me your feedback. You know, something like that. So you have to do that. You have to plan. Okay, so what I usually do is that it says here, begin work on aspect that you find easiest for you, and break up tasks into smaller or doable, manageable chunks. All right. So for me, when I get stuck in one chapter, I move to another chapter. Let's say I'm working on the methodology. When I get stuck in the methodology, what I do is that then I go to a different section, you know, do something different. So maybe, you know, I don't say I'm stuck, therefore I give up. Okay, and then some things you write won't make it to the final cut. Now this is very important. All right. Now sometimes what happens is that we, in our research, we do something, we write something, and then your supervisor says, no, this is, you know, this was our original idea, but it doesn't fit. Now we have to change. Okay, this can happen. Don't feel demotivated. Don't feel that I've done so much work and now my supervisor tells me that this we should not include. Okay. Now in the sciences, what happens is that when you do lab research, what happens is when you do some preliminary experiments, now sometimes you get some results that you do not expect. And some of those results are telling you, don't go as planned, but go this way, because this is more exciting, this is more promising. Okay, so in the sciences, it can happen that way. In the social sciences, it can also happen that something new prop up, you know, and say that, okay, now initially this was our plan, but now with the latest journal, they mentioned this and this and this. I think this is the way that we should go. Okay, so make sure actually, you know, your research should have some fluidity. You know, we should be so set in saying that this is what I'm going to do and I'm not going to change. Whatever that I write must be in the thesis. No. Okay. Sometimes the supervisor tells you that you have to remove certain things from your thesis. Why? Because it helps to make your thesis clearer. Now, if you have some elements in your thesis that can be problematic, and if you leave it there, the examiner is going to focus on that and forget about all the other good things that you have written in your thesis. And that is actually a little dangerous. Okay, so any questions so far? Now I have a question here about if you don't have appropriate answer for your examiner's question. So MAJ, are you waiting for your viva? There's someone here who asked a question in the chat. Now, if you don't have an appropriate answer, you know, for your examiner's question, is that you say, you know, outright, say that I actually haven't thought about it, okay? It has not crossed my mind. Or you can say that it has crossed my mind, but actually I haven't found a satisfactory answer for it. Could you assist me? You know, don't try to bluff your way through. The examiners know it, and it does not reflect well on you, okay, for trying to bluff. All right, so just be honest and say that, you know, either I've never thought about it, or it has crossed your mind, but you have not found any satisfactory solution for it or satisfactory answer. So ask them for assistance. That's why they are there for. They're there for you. They're there to make your proposal better. They're there to make your thesis better. You know, don't be on the defensive. Don't be on the defensive. If you're on the defensive, you will never learn anything. All right. So the other question is about choosing a topic. Now we will talk about that a bit later on. Okay. All right. So what are the other feeling? Yes. Okay. Feeling lonely or stressed out. Okay. Feeling lonely or stressed. Okay. So this is why you should not work alone. Okay. This is why you should not work alone. You should work with, you know, you need to have a support group. Okay. A support group. Not a support group for you to share all your problems with, but actually to help you be motivated in your study and accept any support or help that is offered to you. Okay, so you have to remain in contact with as many students as possible. Now, I sometimes in the Senate meeting, you know, in the Dean's Council meeting or the Senate meeting, we find that, you know, students appeal to extend their study period. Students, you know, requesting for extension of study period over the maximum study period. Now, why is this? It's because most of the time, these students actually work alone. It's because they work alone. They are on their own. They have no support system, and they have lots of challenges, and they are by themselves. So do not, you know, do not isolate yourself from your friends, from your colleagues. All right. So you must be in the group. You must be in the mainstream. Otherwise, you get left behind. All right. Because, you know, when you see that other people are making progress, it motivates you. You know, it motivates you so that you feel that, okay, you know, this person is already doing this. I think I should do something about my research as well. So take it as a something to motivate you. Okay. Now, the journey that you're about to embark. Now, this is a very, I found this on the internet by this person by the name of Daniel Higginbotham. He wrote this, and this is very true. For me, it is very, very true. Okay, when you're stuck, when you are stuck, you cannot move. You know, stop the computer, take a piece of paper, and write for 10 minutes or so, 10, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, write about what your research is, how you plan to do it, and why it's important. Okay, so this is something that you have to do. And it actually helps. It really, really helps. Somehow, writing by hand actually helps to clear your mind. You know, the Japanese young children, they have origami and all that. You know what it does when children fold the papers, when children work with their hands, it actually stimulates their mind. Okay, it's yes, like you have to create a storyboard, just like what Farah is saying. You know, you have to do that. You know, let's say you want to do graphics. Before you actually do the graphic on your computer, you have to have a storyboard first. You have to have a plan. So in the same way, and I tell you, this is something that really works for me. Okay, that when you are stuck, you take a piece of paper and you write on it. You can do a mind map, you can write it out. That's what you can do. And don't stop, don't go back. Okay, so you just move on. Okay, you just move on. Yes, you can draw a diagram. Because when you see it, when you write it out, when you see it, then you can see the big picture. Okay, and this really helps you to get your thoughts very clear. Now, the next one is about self-reliance. Okay, self-reliance means that you have to try and be independent learners. You have to learn on your own. Okay, there will be classes, lectures, but those are very limited. So the main learning for you is independent learning. Okay, you must read as much as possible in the field. Okay, read and read and read and read. All right. So sometimes I think the things that students write in their thesis, they're a bit shallow. It's because of lack of reading. So you must be prepared to read. Now I have a new student, and she's asking me that she gave me her plan for her PhD, and then she asked me, what should I do next? So I told her, if you want to do something in language assessment, in testing, you have to read the seminal works. Okay, you must read books by these authors. So what I do is that I give a list of authors that she must read. I said, take 1 or 2 months to read these things. Understand the concepts. Understand the concepts, understand the principles in language assessment, and then you have a good background. You know, you got some good background, then only you are able to articulate what you want to do and what you think, you know, within that study discipline. Otherwise, it's tough. The last one, calling it a day. You know, calling it a day. Now, there's nothing wrong to end your postgraduate study if you decide it is not free. But make sure that it's not something that is based on something irrational. You know, everything that we do always get tough, but after a while, that tough will get going. You know, so you have to try as much as possible to hang in there. Now, if you find that it's too much for you, take a break, take a short break. You know, take 1 week off, read something else. You know, catch up with your family members. You know, catch up with your friends. You know, take a break. Yeah, but make sure that break is not too long. Otherwise, you become, you know, you lose the momentum. All right. So on top of the research skills that you need to develop, what other things do you need to develop? Okay. So Prof. Isaji and I think the rector also mentioned about, you know, being an insan sejahtera, being a khalifah, spreading rahmatan lil alamin to everyone, you know. So these are some of the attributes or characteristics that we want our students to have, because these are the qualities that will make, you know, the world a better place. We have lots of people who all the problems that we have in politics, and then we have fraudulent researchers, we have all sorts of ethical problems. So we cannot just focus on these things, but we also need to develop our values. Okay, so in terms of research, okay, one thing that we need to understand is that no one is a born researcher. I'm not a born researcher. No one is a born researcher. Okay, so it is a skill that we have to develop. It is a mindset. Okay, we have to develop our philosophical basis. What are the reasons? What's the philosophy of doing a particular type of research? Why do we want to do research? For what purpose? Okay, and we also have to develop some inquisitiveness, curiosity, wanting to know. Because if you don't have all this, then you cannot be a good researcher. Okay, so in developing the philosophical basis, so these are some of the questions that you have to ask, that we focus on. Okay, are we trying to find truth in nature? Are we trying to find truth in nature? Is this the philosophy that is driving our research? For example, when Allah SWT mentioned that there are clear signs, so are you trying to understand the signs that Allah has given us? Are you trying to figure out why certain things happen? So these are something that is a basic research. Okay, basic research is, or fundamental research is trying to find, why things happen. What makes certain things work the way it works? All right. So are we trying to find salvation for mankind? Are we trying to look for sustainability of resources? Are we trying to understand climate change so that we can do something about it? Are we trying to understand why we have food waste? How do we change people's mindset? All right. So it could be also responsibility for the community, which is similar to salvation for mankind. So what is the philosophy? What's the philosophy behind our research? Because unless we have a philosophy, then only we are interested in what we do. Okay, you cannot have, I'm doing this research because it's part of my master's program or it's part of my PhD program. It doesn't work that way. All right. And inquisitiveness is the ability to ask why again and again. Why is it like this? Why did these writers say this? Why did they come up with this framework? What's wrong with the other framework? Why is this not working? And why do you ask these questions again and again? Because you want to get new insights. You want to try to search for a new dimension, because sometimes when people do research, they look at one dimension, but you may look at it from a different dimension, a different perspective. Okay, so a research can be one discipline by itself, but you can look at it from a different discipline. It can be multidisciplinary, it can be transdisciplinary. Okay, so because life, the problem of life is not one single discipline. Let's say when we talk about poverty, poverty, it has to do with economy, it has to do with social, it has to do with politics. What else? It can also be about the geographical region. So life, the problems that we face in life is not simple, it's complex. And complex problems need to have a complex, solution. There's no one size fits all. Okay. All right, IIUM responsible research. So for us, we have to address real community issues, real needs. Okay. And these needs, these solutions that we try to offer, we need to try and get it Try to find something which is sustainable, not one-off, okay? So something which is sustainable. Now it's time for you to talk. Now you have to answer a few questions for me. Now the first question, why is research important? Anyone? Please unmute your mic. Why is research important?
To uncover new ideas and solutions.
Assalamualaikum. Yes, Ashraf, what did you say just now?
Hello, you hear me?
Now I do, yes.
Yeah, the research is important because actually we are going to solve an issue or a problem,
Yes.
and with that we may come out to.
Okay. Now, what's the reason that you want to solve the problem?
Then.
No, I'm losing you. Yes. Okay.
So yeah, so that then.
Okay, maybe you can put in the chat because your connection is not so good. Just now I saw someone, Furhan Zubairi. You're trying to say something.
Yes, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
I was saying research is important because it helps you solve new problems and perhaps come up with new ideas that might be beneficial to a certain field of study or to humanity in general.
Yes. Okay. So you raised two very important points. One is not just for the community, for the people, but also for the field of study. So when we come up with research, we cannot only think about the practical consequences, the practical applications that the research is going to address, but also what does it mean to the field in itself. Okay, how much knowledge is going to progress from there? Okay, the next question, what kind of research is most important? What do you think? What kind of research is most important?
In my opinion, yeah, the kind of research which we regard is most important is based on our writing, which is we reflect our writing based on our reading that from another reliable sources, which makes people when they read our article, they can say that we are a good writer, which we reflect other reliable sources.
Okay. All right, so that's about more like the systematic review, right? Where you actually try to summarize everything that has been done so that people can actually get a good idea about what is being done in that particular area. Okay, so that's one type of research which is important. Because it's a lot easier to read a systematic review than try to read the 150 articles all by ourselves. Okay, what else? What kind of research?
I think in the field that still lack of evidences that need more supports, need more evidences from a new research to filling the gaps of knowledge that is already there.
Okay, so what you're saying, Siti Zubaida, is that to find new evidence to support the way we're doing things, probably. So you're from health science, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So anyone else? Improving healthcare, food sustainability. Okay, so now you know that research is about trying to find some solution for some problem. Okay, no, that's how we understand research, right? Research is trying to find some solutions, some good answers to some problem that the people are facing. Okay, so otherwise, so we need to make sure that the problem that we are trying to address is a problem that is faced by many people. It is not something that is faced in your school or in IIUM. It cannot be that. It has to be something which is faced by people all over. Okay, then that research becomes important. Okay, that research becomes important because it affects, you know, the big population. Okay, so what kind of research would you like to do? Inshallah, you know, what kind of research that you like to do but you think may not be doable? Or you think is actually doable as part of your postgraduate study? So anyone can share what kind of research that you are planning to embark on? Food security. Anis, tell us a little bit about this food security. It's an interesting topic. Can you unmute and share with us your ideas? Are you shy? Anyone else? Yeah, okay. All right. It's all right. Now, now, Anis, you know, postgraduate student, one of the things that you must learn, you know, which is very good about attending conferences, is to see how people present their ideas. You know, it's about how you present your ideas. What kind of words do you use? You know, how you stand, how you look at the audience, how you present. These are skills that you need to develop as postgraduate students, because you one day will be the leader of the society, of the community. You know, so you have to prepare yourself, and this oral skill is as important as the written skill. You must be able to convince people, you know, especially when you have something very important to share. But if you don't have the right oral skills to do it, then that sharing may not be effective. Okay, all right. But it's okay. In a big seminar like this, we must think that we are among friends and we are brothers and sisters. We you know, what my supervisor used to tell me, my Australian supervisor, what he used to tell me is that when you're not certain, write it down first, and then, you know, read it, so that you don't feel that you don't have any support. Okay, all right. Now, what is the most important thing to consider in selecting a research topic? Now, someone said that we cannot answer these questions because we are new master's students. I agree with you, you know, so it takes experience, it takes time, but I hope that, you know, eventually along this new journey that you're undertaking, that you will actually, you know, have more ideas about what to say. Okay, all right. So what is the most important thing to consider when selecting a research topic? One is availability of sources, respondents, uniqueness, yes, novelty, that's what we call it. Okay, novelty. What else? What's important? Now, for PhD students, a significant research problem, true. Now, for master's student, it is okay to replicate a study. Okay, it's okay to replicate a study. What does it mean by replicate a study? Replicate a study means someone has done it in a different context, and you want to see what is it in your own context. Okay, what would the findings be the same, or would the findings be different? So you can do that for a master's thesis, but not for PhD. PhD, you need originality. Okay, you need originality. And you need some novelty for your research. It cannot be a replication. So there must be some new idea. Okay, if the idea is not new, the methodology is new. The approach is new. All right. So some aspect of the research must be new. Okay. And of course, it must be realistic, because it is something, if you plan to collect data from a group of people that is very difficult for you to get to, then your research cannot be complete. Okay. And of course, it must be researchable. If it's not researchable, then it's not possible. All right. And when we talk about the people that are going to benefit, now this is a very important consideration. The larger the population, the more valuable is your research. At the moment, we are talking about, people are learning online. The whole world is going online. Okay. So the issue about people who do not have access to the internet, access to online platform is a big issue for everybody. Okay. So you talk about, Farah said about new trends, forces in the industry that will benefit society. So these are some of things that you must consider, okay, when you're doing. Just remember, for PhD, you need to have something novel. You need to have a new contribution, okay, to the field. All right. Moving towards transdisciplinary research. So nowadays, people are talking about transdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, no longer single disciplinary. Okay. Now, just let me ask you, how would you define multidisciplinary? Anyone? What is multidisciplinary? Okay, now let us look at what multidisciplinary is. Okay, working within a single discipline is intradisciplinary. You're just working within your own discipline. Okay, but when you try and look at something from different perspective, then you become multidisciplinary. And what is important is being interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary, because life is actually not just one discipline, but it is multidisciplinary. Okay, all right. Finding a good research problem. Okay, finding a good research problem. Now I'm going to talk about this in the context of one example. Okay, now this is an example. Number one is that you have to ask yourself, is it of current interest? Okay, is it of current interest? How large is the population affected by this problem? If you find a solution for it, how many people are going to benefit? Now, this population that you're talking about, is it an important population? Is it an influential population? Okay. And you have to ask yourself whether this problem, is it likely to occur in the future, to continue? Because you cannot be working on something and then it's no longer there. Okay, so your research goes down the drain just like that. All right. So you have also to identify the context of your research, and you must show evidence of authoritative opinion to support the need of this research. Not, sometimes people say this is what is said in the newspaper. Yes, it's okay, because it's something which is very current, like the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. But the thing is that there must be evidence of authoritative opinion from others. Brother Ashraf, could you help mute your mic? Okay, thank you. Okay, so if you have evidence of authoritative opinion to support the need for the research, it makes the research even stronger. Okay, it makes the research even stronger. Now, you can see this, right? You can see this abstract. Can you see the whole abstract?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
All right. Now, this is about breast cancer. Now, if you look at this, it says that breast cancer is the most prevalent form of cancer. So in terms of of a problem? Is it a worthwhile problem? It's a worthwhile problem, right? It is of current interest, and it is going to continue in the future because breast cancer is here. It's not going away just yet. All right. And the population. And the population, it says that most prevalent cancer affecting Malaysian women and also women in other parts of the world, and it has a very low survival rate. So you have to find something that has a big impact. Okay, that has a big impact. All right. So what is it about this breast cancer that you want to see? You want to see support group. How does support group intervention affect quality of life? Why? Because cancer, it has a very low survival rate. And the best thing that you can do is that if you cannot, most of the time you cannot cure. So what you can do is that you can increase the quality of life. So this makes the problem a worthwhile problem to study, okay? And then you need to identify what you already know in the immediate area. So you must show, you must be able to show that I have read widely. I know what is happening in this area. I know what are the things that have been done. I've read the findings of other studies, okay? And you also need to be able to clearly identify and explain what are the main variables in your study. What are the relationships between the variables? And you need to be able to say what are the existing theories. Now, what if the theories, there are not many theories, right? So what do? So you have to try and look for theories that are related to what you're doing, but may not be in your field. For example, I look at rating scale analysis. Okay, my area is in language assessment. Okay, so in language assessment, we use a lot of scoring rubrics. We use a lot of rubrics, but the study or the research on rating scale, where do you think it is the most intensive? Rating scale analysis, whether to use a 3-point scale or a 4-point scale or a 5-point scale, whether to decide whether you should have a midpoint, which area, which discipline has a lot of this kind of research? Anyone? It's in marketing. It's in marketing. So when I want to look at rating scale, I have to go to marketing research because it is in marketing that a lot of studies have been done actually in the 1970s, in the 1980s about what type of rating scales are found to be the best. Now, when you develop rating scales, you know that the best scales are 5-point scale or 7-point scale. But sometimes you don't know, yes, the Likert scale. So sometimes you don't know in which discipline, okay? So you have to find. It may not be in the field of study that you're doing, but it's possible that it has been done or something similar has been done in another area of study. So this is why we say that we must be multidimensional. We must be multidisciplinary. We must try to look at something from other disciplines, okay? So we also ask ourselves, what are the inconsistencies or shortcomings in our knowledge? So this is to establish the gap. You know, what have we found so far? Why is it not enough? What is it that we need to do more? Okay, so this is the research direction that you will have to take. Okay. Now, you also have to ask yourself to what extent the findings of your study will revise or extend the existing knowledge. So the more is going to change existing knowledge or the more is going to extend existing knowledge, the better the study. Okay, so would your study, another question that you can ask yourself, if you want to create something to measure something, would you create an instrument or improve an instrument? Okay, would your findings lead to some useful change in best practice? So these are some of the questions that you should ask yourself before you decide what research am I going to do? Okay, what is my topic? All right. Writing a convincing research proposal. Now, looks like I'm not going to be able to finish everything, but I shall share with you the slides. Okay. All right. So as I mentioned earlier, you need to address a problem that is faced by many people. So these are some of the things that you have to consider when you are writing a research problem, a research proposal. Okay, I mentioned just now these things. All right. So these are some of the thing. Okay. So you ask yourself about the practical application, but also the theoretical importance. Okay, what your study is going to contribute, the population. Okay, these are questions that I have already mentioned. Significance. Okay, so you're gonna have two potential audiences. One is the practitioner, the practical aspects of the solutions that you're offering. And one is the professional peers. Who are the professional peers? Your professional peers are people who are in the field, the scholars. So you also have to address the theoretical aspect of it. Okay. Right. Okay. So it says here, what suggestions do you have for subsequent research based on your finding? All right, what does it mean to current practice? You have to change the current practice. And then how is it going to influence methods or programs or interventions? Okay. All right, is it going to influence policy decisions? Now, this is also very important, policy decisions. Okay. How will the results of your study be implemented, and what innovations will be created? Okay, so your proposal must be convincing in the sense that you must have a proper theoretical framework or a conceptual framework. Now, for social sciences, okay, for sciences, you have a different approach for this, okay? But still, you have to base it on what has been done before, what people already know, and to move on to what people don't know yet. Okay, that's what you're studying. Okay. All right. In terms of methodology, you must make sure. Now, some people, what they do is that they decide on the methodology first, and then they decide what research they want to do. No, that's not how it works. You have to identify the problem first. Why is it important? Why is it significant? And then what would be the most suitable methodology or procedures that I have to use to answer these questions? Okay. All right. So the postgraduate office, okay, has a number of supports for you. So they are providing workshops to enhance your core research skills, your technical skills in terms of data analysis, in terms of language writing, and communication skills. So you must take full advantage of this. Okay, you must take full advantage of this. So I shall stop here. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. How many minutes do I have left? 5 minutes? Maybe no more minutes. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I will share the slides. I will send to Sister Damia. Okay, there's one question here. Whether family members can be supervisor? No. It's a policy of the university. It's a conflict of interest. Your family member can actually help you unofficially, but cannot be an official supervisor, definitely. Okay. So that's all that I have to share with you. I hope it is beneficial. Number one, you must always think about your integrity. Okay, integrity. No matter how the results are, any results is a good result. Okay, any result is a good result because it extends your knowledge. That's it. Okay, all right. So thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Back to you, brother.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for Dr. Nur Lida for your wonderful presentation. Prof. Lida basically highlighted some basic fundamental of research journey for postgraduate students, namely time management, managing supervisors, how to start thesis, and how we solve feeling lonely in research journey, and how we solve the problem of stress like this, and also mention about self-reliance, taking break, and quality for research development of philosophical basis, IIUM responsible research.
Sorry, brother.
Yes.
I think, Prof, I think you don't answer my question clearly yet about the topic. Prof.
Which one?
Yeah, the one I asked about the topic. Should we choose the topic that's we can do it and GOT on time, on the purpose of just learning how to do a rigorous research, or we choose the topic that perhaps can increase our credibility and that increase our employability. I don't know, because people will judge us later according to our PhD topic, because this is among within the academic industry, right? I don't know what's the trend right now, because some people they judge based on your topic.
Yeah, Brother Wan Umar, what level of study are you doing?
This is my first year. I just
What level? Sorry, master's or PhD?
PhD.
PhD, yes.
Yeah.
The thing is that PhD, you're right there. You know that they will judge you by what you're doing. When I started my PhD in the year 2000, 2002, my supervisor, my Australian supervisor, I met him earlier before he became my supervisor. He actually told me, work on standards, education standards. You know, the education standards that Malaysia actually embarked on, it was only how many years back? About 5 years. But he asked me to do this more than 10 years ago, because he knows where the world is, in which direction the world is going in terms of education standards. So he said, work on this, because then you can become the reference person for this in your, at least in your part of the world. Okay. So of course, the research that you do, the field that you do for PhD, it matters, because you'll be judged for it in terms of your employment and all that. They will look at what you're doing. You know, how whether you're an asset for them or not, how marketable you are. So this is why for the PhD research, you must always have something which is novel. You cannot replicate. You know, so how do you get something which is novel? It's actually by looking at the emerging issues. What are the emerging issues? What is it that the people what is it that the world is struggling with? You know, and what kind of solutions that you can offer. So this makes a very good if you find something like that, it makes your research very, very valuable. Yeah. But for masters, it's a different thing. Masters is more of an exercise. It's more about learning how to do research. It's more about, you know, understanding the research methods, understanding how things should be done. This is the training. For PhD, as I mentioned, this is more like what you're going to do for the rest of your life. Have I answered your question, brother?
Yeah, clearly. Thank you, Prof. My second question, Prof, just short question. Yes. Should we...
wait a minute. Just let me... Prof Raza, Abdul Razak Hashi, I'm sorry, I take over a little bit of your time, like the last time. Yes, brother, continue.
Just short question. Do it will increase our credibility if we also have one external supervisor?
Actually, the credibility is when you have the supervisor in the field. Like for me, I did something statistical which is called rush analysis. And we don't have, when I was doing it, we don't have the expert in the field in Malaysia. So this is why I had an external supervisor, and actually he linked me with the person who developed the model. I actually learned from the horse's mouth. You know, he actually taught me how to arrange my data, how to do my analysis, how to interpret my analysis. So this was why I was very fortunate to get that Australian Endeavour Scholarship, the Fellowship Award, that I was able to go to Australia and actually learn from them. You know, so of course it helps with credibility, because people look at me not as Nolida, but they look at me as Trevor Bond's student. You know, so I learned from him, I learned from Mike Lineker. So these are the people, the giants in the field. So it does help, I must say. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Prof.
You're welcome. Okay, Dr. Raza, Abdul Razak Hashi, over to you, inshallah.
Thank you, Prof. Lida, for your presentation and time.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Nulinda.
How are you?
I was listening and enjoying. I wish you continue.
Yeah, sorry, I really actually forgot the time. I'm sorry.
Sorry, also I joined late, so I apologize about that. I'm supposed to attend all your talks.
Yeah. Thank you. I look forward to listening to you.
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Abdul Razak.
No worries. Salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes, Brother Burhan.
How are you, Prof?
Good, Alhamdulillah. I'm not yet, Prof. I will just say Ameen.
Yo, mashallah, you know, you're very knowledgeable. You are more than
Oh,
Prof.
Alhamdulillah. Ameen as well. Ameen.
So our next topic about introduction to embedding Maqasid Sharia in postgraduate research by Professor Dr. Abdul Razak Abdullah Hashi from College of Science, Kuantan, IIUM. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Brother Burhan. Professor Dr. Lunlinda, I really wanted to listen and hear your talk, which was very specific and very straightforward to the points. But it seems that due to the arrangement, I have to now take over the session. Can you hear me well, Brother Burhan? Am I clear?
Yes.
Clear.
Yeah, we have to make sure that we are hearing each other because we are not together. So I don't know also how to change my background. Huh? You guys have very nice background, and they told us to use that background.
Your background is beautiful. Mashallah.
Still normal office. So well, yeah, Alhamdulillah. Brother MC, Prof. Nurlinda, brothers and sisters who are in the session, Assalamualaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, first of all. Today, well, I know since yesterday you have been swimming together through a knowledge from listening to one great talk to another, and I'm sure you have already accumulated a good amount of knowledge, and some of it, of course, I wanted to attend, but due to other commitment, I couldn't join the session since yesterday. But I'm sure some of you have already learned it, and not some of you, I think all of you have attended the sessions and get the the knowledge. Today, what I would like to share with you is the topic, as you can see from my screen. I think you can see my PowerPoint title, yes. Right?
Prof, can you make presentation mode or a little bit bigger?
Little bit bigger, right? So this is my topic today, and this is what I like to share with you. I normally when I talk about this type of topic, normally I don't bring PowerPoint slide because I like this topic normally to be more on heart-to-heart discussion. So at least, you know, we can have like Q&A, and, you know, the participants and myself, which I'm included actually in the participant, can have a direct discussion, you know, because this is a type of area, or this is a type of topic that is more on like, you know, discussion based rather than, you know, direction based. I don't have to tell you what to do, but we develop together the idea, you know. It's like a mudarasa, you know, heart to heart, min al-qalbi ila al-qalb. But today, you know, unlike my previous, you know, culture or presentations, I prepare some small, you know, slides which I like to share with you, the main points, but still the discussion will be heart-to-heart discussion. And to start with, as you can see, my topic is embedding Maqasid Sharia in postgraduate research. Why and how? These are two major questions that are being raised, and that is what we like, you know, to discuss. So as you can see here, there are two key words of my presentation, my discussion. Number one is we have a postgraduate research, and number two, we have Maqasid Sharia. So to narrow down the discussion, we have two major areas that we would like to bring together, you know, and combine. So first of all, someone may ask, are these two, you know, areas divided? Why do we need to embody? We thought that Maqasid Sharia is something, you know, or a principle that guides our life. And therefore, we don't need to combine or to bring it into our research. Somebody may put in that way. Why do we need, you know, to combine this? We thought that these two fields or these two subjects are already combined and they are already together, you know. It's like, yeah. So, well, that is true, but the reality of the matter is actually we are being slowly, you know, affected by the processes of educational secularization, whereby, you know, some of our research are no longer guided or, you know, directed by our principles, especially when it comes to the ultimate aims of the Sharia or the Islamic teachings. So when we talk about embodiment of the Maqasid Sharia in postgraduate research, of course you can see there is a need today for a postgraduate research which is, you know, principle guided. And when we talk about principle or values, then, you know, today we have, you know, we're living in this postmodern world where the secular values are the, you know, the guiding principles of many aspects of life, whether we like it or not. So when they bring these two titles together, of course, they are having in mind that because given the fact that some of our research are not guided by the Islamic principles, they want the researchers, especially the postgraduate students, who are now, you know, looking forward to start the research, to, you know, use the Islamic values and be aware of the principles that Islam lays down for these important, you know, group of researchers, postgraduate students, especially PhD or master level. So this would be our focus. This would be our focus today in order to understand how. So one thing I think what we need to do, just to go through, I will open the question soon. We need to understand what Maqasid Sharia basically means, number one. Number two, we need to understand what postgraduate basically research is all about as well, not as an individual topic, but generally the general outlook. What could be expected from postgraduate research? What is the role of postgraduate researchers? In other words, postgraduate students, PhD or masters. What could be expected and what is their role in life actually? Then we talk about, you know, the Maqasid Sharia as well, you know, on the other side. Very quick, inshallah. So as you can see here, I share with you some questions. Someone may say that I'm a researcher and I am tasked to develop knowledge and new products. Well, that's my job. You know, my job as a researcher is, of course, to expand knowledge, you know, to produce new product, maybe in engineering, technology, Computer science, well, my job is to produce, some kind of, techniques that can be used in life. And someone may say, well, I'm actually doing master level or PhD just to expand my knowledge. So someone may say, what maqasid al-sharia has to do with my research? Well, I am okay. I'm a student. I'm there to develop a new topic, new area, new product, new knowledge. So why maqasid al-sharia comes an issue for me? Someone may ask in that way. And then you may add, you may have questions again. Someone may ask again, well, look, shouldn't maqasid al-sharia be confined to fiqh and usul al-fiqh studies? I thought maqasid al-sharia is very much on, as I understand. Someone may ask, as I understand. Someone may say, well, it's more on, the ultimate aims of the Islamic law. Fine. And I'm not studying law, for example. I'm an engineer. I'm specializing in education. My area is maybe more on like architect, or maybe humanities, arts, medical doctor, maybe having a research on healthcare sector. I have nothing to do with law. And I thought general understanding, you see, my general understanding, this is now, I'm just pretending as if, this is, someone is asking. What maqasid al-sharia has to do with my, research? I thought this should be done only in the kuliya of law, or in the kuliya of, let us say, in the department of usul al-fiqh and fiqh department. Well, I'm a medical doctor, and I have a research which is more like healthcare, sector. So what should I do? What maqasid al-sharia has to do with my research? Number three, someone may ask again, does embedding maqasid al-sharia mean limiting scientific discoveries and expansion of knowledge? Because we know today there is an ongoing discussion between the demands of, values, the moral values or the moral duties of harming no one, and the development of science, or basically development of science and technology, put in that way, or development of new knowledge. So someone says, look, I'm a researcher. I am someone whose job is to explore and investigate, the world, or understand this topic. So my job is to discover new things, or come up with a new, product. And then someone somewhere shouts and says, hey, wait a minute, you know what? The knowledge that you are going to develop is going to harm everyone, or at least to harm the category of people who are going to use it, or the customers. And then somebody says, that's not my business. My job is to develop, to build, to design. But whether that would be harmful or it would be useful, well, that one, let it be determined by someone else. I'm enjoying to discover new things. I'm enjoying with my discoveries. So I will only go through, you see here the argument, I will go through where the scientific knowledge leads me to go. You see that? So developing some kind of like a medical treatment which may not be, useful for this or that, developing genetical modification of certain cells of the body, fine. For me, you see, look, science is fun. And knowledge development is a joy. And I'm enjoying my job, which is discovering new knowledge. But if somebody won't say like, that is not moral, this is something wrong, change this one, no, don't do this. Hey, wait, don't limit my freedom. It's like when you tell me that you have to develop only value-guided knowledge or value-based, product, scientific knowledge or product, that implies, that you are limiting my freedom. I want to be free intellectually and scientifically. Allow me to discover what I want to discover. I'll follow where science leads me to go. Oh, so this is again another challenge, right? Oh, actually, wait a minute. The two things are the two things are same. Wait, should we only develop what morality allows? Or actually, morality has to allow the discovery of science. So the more we discover, the more we are moral. The more we develop knowledge, we are moral. Which one? I don't know. And then when somebody comes and tells you, you have to embody, you know, or you know, combine, or how do I say, put in, you know, maqasid al-sharia, aims of the sharia in your research, somebody may look at, hey, you are limiting my freedom. Allow me to do the job I want to do. Or actually, that should be the case. Is the Sharia complementary with research? This is another issue that somebody may raise, you know, may you know, come up with, which we need to decide. Number 4, how maqasid al-sharia guides and complements the postgraduate research. That is what we want to know as well today, because that is one of the questions that CBS designed. I think this is what they want us to understand all together, right? Okay, fine. So here we have these questions. Should maqasid al-sharia, I put, you know, the last question, you know, I was still developing, then my time came. So I used should 2 times. Yeah? So should maqasid al-sharia guide legal researches only? That is what I wanted to say. Or it should guide all research area, including, you know, scientific research in healthcare, scientific research in arts, humanities, engineering, technology, computer science. So how? Fine. These are some of the concerns that we have, and these are the questions that are often, you know, raised. So let us see together. Actually, we need to understand what research is all about, right? Whether you are doing research, I know some of you are already familiar with, and you have been learning, you know, since yesterday. I'm sure you have attended a great talks. So this is more like visualization together, you know, what the research is all about. Basically, research is, as you have studied since yesterday and before as well, in your undergraduate or in your master level, creative and systematic work undertaken to increase the stock of knowledge. That is basically what research means. It's a systematic investigation of testing in the lab or experimenting or evaluating and already existing realities that is designed to develop or contribute a generalizable knowledge. Look, I am not giving you the specifics of research. I'm just going over to you, because if you ask Google today,
please unmute your microphone.
Right? Supposed to continue. Hello, Brother Burhan, are you there? I think there is another discussion going on, right?
Now, okay.
I think the host can mute the right. Those
Yeah.
Yeah. Now looks okay, right? So well, then, yeah, that is the quiz. Yeah. So here you have, if you ask Chef Google, I think Google will give you so many definitions of what the research is all about. But I'm just giving you some keywords. Some keywords. Maybe you have some other definitions as well later on. Huh? Not only it's a systematic, but also an active process of inquiry aimed to discover, interpret, or revise an existing facts. So this is basically what research means, especially when it comes to scientific research. Scientific research. Either we are there to discover something new, or to interpret an already existing, you know, facts and figures, or information that we already know, or to revise and revisit an already existing things as well, or realities or facts. So there is a process of collection and organization, analysis of information to increase understanding of a given topic. Research approach may vary, and there are several forms of research: scientific research in natural science, you have humanities, artists, economics, social research, business, fine, right. But what they all share, and this is what we, you know, anticipate, right? This is what we anticipate, and we want the scientific knowledge to have. What all these research approaches, or all these research, scientific research share, is they all aim at the documentation, discovery, interpretation of a given phenomena. So the core issue here, this is what I want. I'm sure when you go to research methodology subject later on in your subjects when the semester begin, surely the lecturer who teaches you research methodology, they will have a different definitions and what you call dimensions of the topic or the word itself. But as you can see here from these quick key points and highlights, is that scientific knowledge is eventually a human effort to understand the reality of life on given area. There is a human endeavor, there is a juhud. After all, it's a juhudun bashariyun. It's just like it's just a human effort to understand a given topic or given issue, to solve a given problem, or maybe to develop a given area, but in that way. So the core issue here is scientific research basically means an intellectual process that aims to understand a topic in order to solve a given problem that we have or develop a new product. Fine. So that is the key word. So basically we are dealing with human act, human activity, human effort, human endeavor. So the question here is, in Islam, when we deal with human acts, what is the guide? What is the principle? How to deal with? What do we expect from human efforts or human al-juhd al-bashari or af'al al-ibad in general? When we talk about the human act, whether they are in the process of management, in the process of leadership, in the aspect of discovering, or in the aspect of applying, acting, deciding, what do we expect? We expect few things. Number one, to be justice, fair. The human act, we expect it to be fair. We will see later a few Quranic ayat explaining that. Number two, we expect to be what? To be excellent, itqan, perfection, right? We expect the human acts, whether they are in management, administration, or research or development knowledge, to be also, decent and kindness. Or we will see later on, rahmatan lil alameen. So when we look into all these aspects, then it's time for us to understand, that what the maqasid al-sharia is all about. Now we know research basically means juhdun bashariyun, or human effort that want to understand, given area of life, a chosen area, a specific topic. So then let us see what maqasid al-sharia means in order to understand the link between the two. What is maqasid al-sharia basically? The word maqasid al-sharia means what? Aba ma'na. Saya mahu faham, right? The term maqasid al-sharia is originally derived from qasada, which basically means aim or objective, right? Qasada yaqsidu, right? Qasdan basically means aim and objective. The sharia is originally derived from the word shara'a, which means path or waterhold. I think you have seen also this definition somewhere. I'm sure you have seen, in the presentation since yesterday. So when the two words are combined, the combination of the two terms, maqasid and sharia, basically aims the Islamic law, but in that way, the aims of the Islamic law, which the sharia aims or intends to achieve in relation to human life or to life in general. Well, when the ulama talk about maqasid al-sharia, as we will see in the following ayat of the Quran, the ulama normally talk about two major aims of the sharia. Later on, we will see the details, the essentials, and so forth. But two ways of, achieving the maqasid, the sharia. Either the sharia aims to attain good, welfare, advantage, benefit, or the sharia aims to prevent evil or injury or loss of, that may occur to the human being. So if you talk to the ulama of fiqh and usul al-fiqh, they will tell you that the Sharia aims, the Islamic Sharia aims to realize good in life and benefits of life, tahqiqul manfa'ah, and it means to prevent harm in life. So basically there are two dimensions, harm prevention and achieving good. That is what the Sharia is all about. The Sharia aims are all about. So if we again revert back and talk a little bit, the word Sharia, basically there are two meanings of the word Sharia. I think I will highlight this one because we don't have much time. The Sharia in the general sense and the Sharia in its specific meaning. The word Sharia means have a general meaning and it has a specific meaning. On one time we talk about the Sharia in its general meaning, and that is al-ma'na al-am, which basically means the whole Islamic teaching. If you talk about the teachings of Islam, Arkanul Iman, Arkanul Islam, the Aqidah, the Sharia, the Akhlaq, and the Ibadah teachings, together we call it Al-Sharia al-Islamiyya or Al-Shar'u al-Islami or Al-Sharia, general, Shara'a, the order, the command of God, right? Or the social order, put it in that way, or the value or the governing system, put in that way, or the governing values of Islam. Some ulama, they like to translate it as the Islam itself. So in a way, when we talk about Sharia al-Islamiyya, basically we are talking about Islam itself, right? Including the Aqidah and the law itself. The word Sharia also, when it comes to the specific meaning, al-ma'na al-khas, the specific meaning of the Sharia, basically Sharia means the Islamic law, but in that way, specifically. And that is where the ulama normally talk about the Sharia in its meaning as a law, as a, because in Islam when we talk about law, we're also talking about ethics, because basically law and ethics function as the governing values or the rule, what do you call, the social order. They form together, the akhlaq and the qanun or the law together. So the specific meaning of Sharia is actually falling on that. And quickly, I will go to some unconventional ways of presentation. Can I request by referring to the Quran? I want you to reflect on this ayat before I move on. Can we start now? I think up to now I was just explaining generally. Now we go down to our business, which is like a mudarasa, interaction between all of us. So let us go to the Quran. Can we open the Quran, please? And I'll ask all participants to check with me one by one, because after all, after this presentation, I want you to take some message home, which is basically the connection between the topic and the Quranic and the Sunnah studies as well. In other words, we want to take home message of having the original sources from the Quran and Hadith in relation to our topic. So, well, then later on you can have a time to study and review by yourself, right? I don't have to be like a mufti, just giving you a judgment and then that's it. No, I want you to see the original sources and think about the topic that we are discussing in your convenient time. So let us go to Surah Al-Jathiyah. Are you there? Hopefully all of you are there. I hope we go back to our, a normal way of life of face-to-face classes. We keep talking to the computer, asking whether our networks are still connected, right? So Surah Al-Jathiyah is chapter 45. Verse number upper, can somebody check? Is it 18? Please check. Chapter 45, verse number 18. Are you there? ثم جعلناك على شريعة من الأمر فاتبعها ولا تتبع أهواء الذين لا يؤمنون. Is it? Am I correct?
Yes, correct.
Yes, that's good.
لا
That's good.
يعلمون.
لا يعلمون. Sorry, yes. ولا تتبع أهواء الذين لا يعلمون, right? So it's chapter 45, verse number 18. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala clearly stated here that, oh Prophet Muhammad, we give you an order, clear path, clear way of life. It's just rough translation. Later on you check, please, with the official translations. Ala shari'atin min al-amr. So you can see there is a clear path or order that is being given to you. And here the ulama said, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, ala shari'atin min al-amr, al-amr here means the religious order. So it includes all aspects of religious teaching. And in that sense, the word Sharia and Islam are same. When the Quran talks about al-Islam, because Islam basically means way of life, submission, and the word Sharia in this ayah means the general meaning, Shari'atin min al-amr, the religious order or the religious life. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, follow it. You see here, very interesting. But don't follow the whims and fancies of those who follow their desires. In other words, in Islam, you know, the values are given. We don't believe what these, you know, people, you know, humanism, you know, whereby human beings are the, you know, it's very interesting. You know, when you talk about secularism, maybe we have a different topic, different discussion later on. Secularism tells you, you are the creator of your measurement or your value order. In other words, you are the one who is acting, a human being, and you are the value giver. In other words, you are the one who gives the ruler, the measurement of measuring your actions. So we say no to secularism, because that is basically means humanism, right? Secularism. In other words, you are acting, and your actions are evaluated based on the measurements that you give, the values that you make. So you are the actor and you are the value maker. That is what secularism tells you. But Islam tells you, well, you are the one who is acting, making the action, but your actions are evaluated based on this value system, the divine value system that is given to you. ثُمَّ جَعَلْنَاكَ عَلَى شَرِيعَةٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْرِ. So the amr and order and the measurement, the ruler is given to you in order to measure whether your actions are good or bad. Because eventually value system means what? To tell you whether your actions are good or your actions are bad. So in order to know whether my action is good or bad, I need a measurement, I need a ruler, I need mastara, you know what we call in Arabic, mastara, to know whether, miqyas, you know, to know whether my actions are good or not. So I cannot be both, you know, actor and value giver. And that's what secularism suggests. But Islam tells you, fastaqim, we will see later on, fastaqim kama umirta la kama aratta. You see that? Act as you were told to act, means the values are given to you. The divine order is given to you. So act according to the divine values, not according to your hawa un nafs, not according to your desires, not according to your whims and fancies, no. So this is where the ulama make a long discussion. If you read the tafsir of that ayah, I'm sure you will enjoy the tafsir there. So this is a key word actually. ثُمَّ جَعَلْنَاكَ عَلَى شَرِيعَةٍ مِّنَ الْأَمْرِ فَاتَّبِعْهَا. The values, the order is given to you, follow it. On the other hand, don't follow those who invite you to follow their hawa un nafs, of fancies and you know desires, those who, you know, they follow hedonism and they just want you to follow hedonism. So Islam says no. You fastaqim kama umirt. Shari'ati min al-amri fattabi'ha. You see that the guideline, very clear. You compare that one to chapter 42, verse number verse numbers 11 or 13, 13 I think. شَرَعَ لَكُم مِّنَ الدِّينِ مَا وَصَّى بِهِ نُوحًا. Can you see that? Chapter 42, Surah Ash-Shura.
Yes, number 13, verses 13.
Number 13. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, شَرَعَ لَكُم مِّنَ الدِّينِ مَا وَصَّى بِهِ نُوحًا وَالَّذِي أَوْحَيْنَا. And then you continue the ayah. In other words, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned here the Sharia as a divine order that is given to Prophet Muhammad and the prophets before him. And we knew that prophets share something in common. They share the aqidah, they share the tawheed. So that means the Islam that is given to you, the way of life that is given to Prophet Muhammad, is a way of life that is also given to other prophets before him. Because Al-Anbiya silsila, they are chain of, good men, who have brought in the same message, right? So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala now equated, as you can see here, not equated, actually stated that Islam is actually the religion of prophets who came before, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which means here the word Sharia is still equivalent to Islam in general. It's still al-ma'na al-am. Because the Anbiya, وَلَقَدْ بَعَثْنَا فِي كُلِّ أُمَّةٍ رَسُولٍ فِي سُورَةِ النَّحْلِ أَنِ اعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ وَاجْتَنِبُوا الطَّاغُوتَ. So the message of Tawheed, the message of Aqidah is something that they share. So the word Sharia in this ayah is inclusive. Includes, what do you call? The Islam, the Prophet Muhammad's way of life, which is actually the way of life of other prophets as well who came before him. Now we move to Surah Al-Ma'idah, chapter 5, verse number 48. وأنزلنا إليك الكتاب بالحق مصدقا لما بين يديه من الكتاب ومهيمنا عليه فاحكم بينهم بما أنزل الله ولا تتبع أهواءهم عما جاءك من الحق لكل جعلنا منكم شرعة ومنهاجا. You see that? Are you there? Chapter 5, yes. Verse number apa? Verse number 48. Ambabulu Lapan. Are you there?
Yes, bro.
Yes, that's good. So in this ayah, as you can see, the key word here is لِكُلٍّ جَعَلْنَا مِنْكُمْ شِرْعَةً وَمِنْهَاجًا. In other words, the word Sharia in Surah Al-Jathiyah and Surah Al-Shura was stated as, is the general meaning, the general way of, Islam, right? Al-Ma'na al-Am. It includes Aqidah and Sharia together. But in this ayah, in Surah Al-Ma'idah, as you can see, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, each community or each society is assigned, they are given their way of life, their social order, put in that way. In a sense, their laws. So the word Sharia in this ayah carries a specific meaning of the Sharia, which is actually the Sharia law in that sense. Why? Because the Anbiya, we know, when it comes to law, there are certain differences. What the Torah law allowed may not be allowed in the Islamic law. What, for example, Nabiullah Ibrahim's time legally allowed may not be necessarily allowed in the Sharia of Moses as well. So there were differences when it comes to the law, but when it comes to the Aqidah, the Tawheed, the Anbiya carried the same message. أَنِ اعْبُدُوا اللَّهَ وَاجْتَنِبُوا الطَّاغُوتَ. Islam in the Aqidah sense was the message that they all carried out. So based on this ayat and some other ayat, the ulama distinguish between two meaning of, what do you call Sharia? Sharia in the sense of Islam, Islam, and the Sharia in the sense of the law. So in both cases, here we are referring to, both meanings in that sense, in both meanings. When we talk about Maqasid Sharia, actually it includes both. Although some ulama like to translate the word Maqasid Sharia as if it means the ultimate aims of the Islamic law. That is normally what they mention. But the divine law, they add the divine law, which is actually including, so basically put in this way, Maqasid Sharia means the whole Islam. So what Islam aims, why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, revealed the Quran to us. And when we say why, of course, we are not challenging the will of God to reveal the Quran, but actually we want to understand. You see that? Because every aspect of our life, we notice that there is nothing that is without aim. Similarly, we want to understand the aim of Islam, what Islam want to achieve in our life. That is what we want to understand, right? And that is what we call Maqasid Sharia. So to understand that, let us go to the Quran again. What Islam aims to achieve in our life. Let us go to Surah Al-Hadid. Saya mahu faham apa? Saya mahu faham what Islam aims to achieve in my life. When I follow Islam, when I apply Islam, what should I achieve? So very quick, Surah Al-Hadid is chapter 57, right?
Yes, 57.
57, verse number 24 or 27. Let us check. وَلَقَدْ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا بِالْبَيِّنَاتِ وَأَنزَلْنَا مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابَ وَالْمِيزَانَ لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ. See there? Are you there?
25. Verses 25.
25. Thank you for your correction. The chapter I can't remember. I always ask my friends, the participant, to check the number. This is the Mudarasa session that we learned it earlier. So as you can see here, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, we send prophets. Rasulana. We send prophets. Allah said, why? And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, we send prophets with what? Clear message. Bil bayinat. And that is the ayat of the Quran. Clear message. Clear message. وَأَنزَلْنَا مَعَهُمُ الْكِتَابِ. You see two things, bayinat and kitab. Not only that, وَالْمِيزَانِ, the balance. Then you may ask, oh Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, surely you have an aim to send prophets with divine message. Surely there is a message in it. But for me, I want to understand what that message is. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is already answering in the same ayah, said, لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ, in order for people to establish justice. You see that? So fair and justice, equity is the aim of, you know, the Islamic teaching, as you can see from this ayah. So adala, justice, fairness, equity, balance, equality, this is what we want to achieve, right? لِيَقُومَ النَّاسُ بِالْقِسْطِ. Then وَأَنزَلْنَا الْحَدِيدَ فِيهِ بَأْسٌ شَدِيدٌ. It's a different issue. We will discuss about it later on. Now we move another, you know, let us go to chapter 21, Surah Al-Anbiya. We compare, you know, we compare and contrast the Quranic ayat in order to understand Maqasid al-Sharia. Because understanding Maqasid al-Sharia basically allows you to understand how to relate it to your area, whether it's research or management or, you know. So Surah Al-Anbiya, check, I think 107, verse 107. Surah Al-Anbiya is chapter 21, verse 107. Inna arsalnaka rahmatan lil alameen, right? Are we there?
وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ.
Yes, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. You know, it's very interesting, you know, meaning as well. In other words, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, oh Prophet Muhammad, we send you, and then you may ask, oh Allah, I'm sure you have an aim to send Prophet Muhammad to us. So what is that aim? Then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. Just as a what? Mercy for everyone. Alamin is a plural form of alim or alimun. Here is the plural, you know, it's a includes everything, living and non-living things, intellectual and non-intellectual things. Alamin. Why? To be kind. Rahmatan lil alamin. Be kind. Rahmah. Even if others are not kind, be kind. Mercy. Kindness. Right? So this is the aim, right? And what you see, what's happening in some Muslim countries, where there is a, you know, civil war, you know, clashes, unkindness, you know, in all forms of torturing, you know, dictatorship, you know, dishonoring the human life, then you know, it comes to your mind, wait a minute, are these people aware that, you know, Islam actually came to spread rahmah and kindness rather than hatred and, you know, what do you call, destruction? And later on, this one is very useful, especially when it comes to research. When you want to do a research, how far your research or how much your research is going to contribute, in the process of spreading rahmah, in terms of being kind in testing experiments to, let us say, animals, or even to clinical trials, or even developing new knowledge or new technology, right? Rahmatan lil alameen, right? So let us go to chapter 14 again, in order to be clear again. Chapter 14 is Surah Ibrahim. First and second, I think, yeah, first verse. Alif Lam Ra. كتاب أنزلناه إليك لتخرج الناس من الظلمات إلى النور. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala here is mentioning clearly in this surah that the message of Islam, the Quran, is being revealed to you, Prophet Muhammad. Are you there in chapter 14, verse number 1?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, great. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is mentioning here clearly that, oh, Prophet Muhammad, we revealed the Quran to you. And then you may ask, surely God, you have an aim about it. Why? Because God is Hakimun Alim. He is a wise. He does what he does with wisdom and hikmah, right? He doesn't do things in vain. His actions are not in abath. His actions are, what do you call it? With hikmah. Min ladun Hakimin Alim, right? So surely when he revealed the Quran, there is a hikmah behind it. There is something that he wants to achieve in our life, right? Because God doesn't do what he do or what he does without wisdom. Hakim and Alim, no abath at all. So now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, yes.
Doctor.
Yes.
Is it Maqasid Sharia is basically derived through the inductive kind of methodology, because they take it from the general, take it from specific, and then they make it as a general kind of framework?
Very good point. Very good point. As you can see now.
Can I ask
as you can see now? Sure, please. Yes.
Okay. Also for Maqasid Sharia, because I see some scholars, they are expert only in this area. So is it kind of area where is it
only certain people can be mastering, right?
No, I'm not trying to say like that. Because some people see fiqh and usul fiqh as more superior than the Maqasid Sharia only. So is it enough?
I will touch that point quickly, because I want to finish with the references from the Quran, certain references first, and then I will come to that point. But as you mentioned here, the word maqasid, number one, the word maqasid sharia, or the field of maqasid sharia, is being discovered, or studied by Muslim jurists and Muslim scholars, basically by reading the Quranic ayat itself. Why? Because when you read the Quranic ayat, basically this is the message that you are receiving. So whether you call it inductive reading, istiqra, whether you call it studying the Quranic ayat, whether you call it understanding the message of Islam, call it whatever you like to call, but the ulama did not develop the field of maqasid al-sharia out of nothing. They develop it based on what they receive from the Quran and Sunnah. So that's number one. Number two, yes, currently the word maqasid al-sharia, the field of maqasid al-sharia is studied in fiqh and usul al-fiqh studies, but basically the ulama now are moving towards making maqasid al-sharia a topic that is studied in all fields. Yes, currently the topic or the field is studied under Masalik al-Illa topic, which is part of the Usul al-Fiqh. Part of the Usul al-Fiqh topics is we have Masalik al-Illa and al-Qiyas, and that is where the whole, what do you call, field is nowadays, studied, which is actually good methodologically. But nowadays we have trends among the Muslim scholars who are suggesting these Maqasid al-Sharia to make a field that is studied by all, researchers and students in all fields of study and knowledge. We will see together. So very quick now, as you can see here, Islam aims to achieve something in life. And when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, لِتُخْرِجَ النَّاسَ مِنَ الظُّلُمَاتِ إِلَى النُّورِ, means what? To bring people from dark to light. Dark in terms of making wrong decisions, dark in terms of making wrong judgment, dark in terms of losing the direction of what is good and what is bad, dark in terms of having the right beliefs, the right ideas, the right thoughts, facts. And in Surah Al-Baqarah, you also have Alif Lam Ra, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ هُدًى لِلْمُتَّقِينَ. So the Quran is form book, authentic, which is meant to be a guide for everyone. Then let us move in. Now we came to our topic again further. Then the ulama said, in terms of maqasid now, let us go specifically. Now we talk about general, general message of maqasid. Hudan lil muttaqin, min adh-dhulumati ila an-nur, and then you have rahmatan lil alamin, and then liyaquma an-nasu bil qist, and so many other similar ayat, right? Then the ulama now narrow it down. Also the maqasid, they go down. Let us go down again. So then they classify the maqasid into three, categories or three sections. Section number one, they call it essential aims. Section number two, they call it need-based. Section number three, they call it complementary aims or at-tahsiniyat. Essential aims include what? Preservation of life, preservation of intellect, preservation of religion, preservation of honor and dignity and posterior generations, preservation of private and public properties, right? So now, yes, rahmatan lil alamin, liyaqum an-nasu bil qist, but specifically now let us bring down again to our life what Islam wants to achieve in my life. Some essential, 5 essential elements. Number one, preservation of life. Let us go to the Quran quickly. What is the name of the brother who asked just now the question? Huh? What's your name, brother? Anyway, I think, yeah, somehow the internet connection may not be there. So chapter 5, verse number 32. Let us read that ayah. As our brother mentioned, maybe this is what you call inductive method, or reading or istiqra. Chapter 5, verse number 32. Can you check? من أجل ذلك كتبنا على بني إسرائيل, right?
من أجل ذلك كتبنا
أنه من قتل نفسا بغير نفس أو فساد في الأرض فكأنما قتل الناس جميعا. So here in this ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned it clearly that taking one life or causing the death of one life, without due right, is equivalent as if you have taken all lives. And saving one life is equivalent as if you have saved all lives in this life. In other words, the aim of Islam, as you can see here, in Islam, taking life or contributing to take life, directly or indirectly, is equivalent as if you are taking. Therefore, in Islam, it's prohibited to take life. On the other side, Islam aims to preserve life. Are you still there? Are we still there, brother Burhan?
Yeah, clear now.
Oh, I don't know. There was a network interruption a little bit. I think that is a clear warning for me to finish soon, right? Okay, so then let us again compare that ayah to chapter 4, Surah An-Nisa. Verse number 29. يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تأكلوا أموالكم بينكم بالباطل إلا أن تكون تجارة عن تراض منكم ولا تقتلوا أنفسكم إن الله كان بكم رحيما. Right? Do not take your life. Yeah. Do not take your life. In other words, based on these and similar ayat in the Quran, the ulama concluded that Islam aims to preserve life. And therefore, preservation of life is one of the aims of the Sharia, as you can see here from that conclusion. Right? So this is again another important message. Is there any disruption? Can you see my slide, Brother Burhan?
No, I not see your slide.
Yeah, somewhere something wrong, right? What
No,
about
we cannot
now?
see yet.
I see.
No yet, sir.
Okay, it's actually the same slide, the same, yeah. I hope now you can see it.
Yes.
Okay, similarly, because of that, the Muslim scholars concluded that all forms of taking life is prohibited in Islam. Genocide, murdering, homicide, suicide, call it whatever you like to call. Taking life is prohibited. Contributing to take life is also prohibited. Preservation of intellect. Let us go to chapter 5 again. Chapter 5. Quickly. That is Surah Al-Ma'idah, verse number 90. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إنما الخمر والميسر والأنصاب والأزلام رجس من عمل الشيطان فاجتنبوه. So in this ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prohibited anything that conceals the functionings of the mind. Call it in the Arabic language khamr. In Bahasa Arab, khamr is kullu ma khamar al-aql. Anything that conceals the functionings of the mind is prohibited. Why? Because man minus mind equals, we don't know that makhluk. So Sharia want to preserve your mind. Therefore, all forms of alcohol, wine drinking, drug abuse, all these forms that are there to make your mind malfunction is prohibited. Why? Because you are what you are based on your mind. Number 3, let us go to chapter 2. I will go quickly now. Chapter 2, verse number 256 after Ayatul Kursi. La ikraha fid din. Very clear. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said there is no compulsion in religion. Why? Because the truth is obvious. Let people choose. Therefore, preservation of religion. The ulama said this ayah, this rule basically means to preserve the right of belief in religion. Right? Preservation of honor and dignity and posterior generations. Let us go to chapter 17. I'm just giving you one example each because the time is not on our side. So later on we make a conclusion together. Chapter 17, verse number 32, I think. وَلَا تَقْرَبُوا الزِّنَا إِنَّهُ كَانَ فَاحِشَةً وَسَاءَ سَبِيلًا. Do not be close to adultery. Why? Because it is the wrong way of achieving your desires and it's a dishonoring way. Some ulama translated it as a dishonoring way. Because not only it corrupts the what do you call the offsprings or posterior generations, but the Quran calls it as a wrong way or dishonoring way of achieving your sexual desires. If you want to achieve your sexual desires with marriage, proper, marriage relationship, Islam has nothing to do with, it's welcome, actually, it's encouraged. Marriage is encouraged in Islam. But adultery corrupts the nasl corrupts the honor, corrupts the dignity of the individual. Therefore, it has no place with the Islamic, Sharia, and therefore it prohibits it. Number 5, essential aim is preservation of private and public property as well. Let us go to chapter 2, that's Surah Al-Baqarah, 187, I think, 187 or 188. وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. Please check this ayah as well. Right?
Yes, correct.
Yes. وَلَا تَأْكُلُوا أَمْوَالَكُمْ بَيْنَكُمْ بِالْبَاطِلِ. Do not consume your wealthy in the in corrupted ways, put in that way, because batil in Bahasa Arab, batal, or nullified or cancel it, means something that is not legitimate. In other words, corrupted ways or corruptive ways. So because of that, all forms of cheating, stealing, bribery, corruption, mismanagement of wealth, all these forms are what? Form of batil, corruption. Therefore, it's prohibited in Islam. Therefore, the ulama said by doing that, the Sharia aims to preserve public and private properties as well. So as you can see here, there are 5 essential dimensions of life that needs what? To be preserved. Very important. So many ayat, actually we can list down so many verses of the Quran and Hadith that are actually addressing these 5 dimensions of life. Preservation of life, preservation of intellect, preservation of religion, preservation of honor and dignity, nasalla, preservation of private and public property. These are the 5 dimensions that are essential for life. Without preserving this, life will always be what? Up and down. And it's like not stable. In other words, in trouble. Essential for life. Then when you complete this, the Sharia now looks into your condition. Yes.
The reason why the ulama list, the reason, I'm sorry because I didn't read the books of Abu, the name of Sharia scholars, because there are so many things to read. So I'm not expert in Arabic literature and also those books. The reason why my question is, the reason why the ulama list out these 5 is because when they go through all the hadiths and also the Quranic verses, they found out that the rulings that God give for all these elements, these 5 elements are very strict. That's it.
Exactly. Yeah. That is true. That is true, because it comes, this comes with capital punishment. Breaching this comes with capital punishment, by the way. And the details are so deep actually, because when they saw the Quranic ayat, they have seen it. These 5 dimensions are actually essential in the Quranic verses. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala impose strict measures of achieving this and strict measures of preventing any violation of these elements. So on one hand, the Sharia want to preserve this, and on the other hand, the Sharia want to prevent any harms that may be cause it, or how do I say, impose it, or put on these elements, or that can endanger the regular process of these 5 dimensions. And that's why the Sharia put it al-daruriyatul khamsa, they call it sometimes, the 5 necessities, or the 5 essential rules, or some ulama they call it the 5 general laws, al-kulliyatul khamsa. If you go to ulum, the ulama of usul al-fiqh and others who have studied, they have a different expressions, just 5 general rules: life preservation, intellect protection, protection of religion, protection of honor and dignity, protection of private, of public, properties and wealth. So these are the, this is what the ulama received. This is the message that they gain from the ayat, as you said. That is right. Now, the Sharia looks into your condition.
Should we have rank among these 5? Should we have ranking among these 5? Is it life is always number 1, or those are equally important?
Yes, they are ranking actually, because because the time is rushing me, there are ranks actually. The ulama, sometimes when it comes to, let us say, which one, if there are cases where the intellect preservation and life preservation are in conflict, which comes first? You see there? Let us say you are jungle trekking and you are lost somewhere in the jungle. And then you, 2-3 days, you didn't eat or drink. And then you are now thirsty and hungry as well. And you are almost like in the verge of death, close to death. And then all of a sudden you get a bottle of wine, let us say, extreme example. I don't know, weird example, right? Somewhere in the jungle you get wine, no other drinks. If you drink that wine, your life may be safe for some time until you reach a water or drinking, you know, somewhere food, because you are already dehydrated, right? But if you say, no, wine is haram in Islam, I don't want to intoxicate my mind. Yeah, it's also right. So which one? Safe life or safe intellect? So here the ulama said, well, life saving comes now first. The priority is life saving. And that is the next topic that I'm coming now, need-based aim. That is what we call concessions, or what do you call? The necessities are already done, but needs, al-hajiyat. This is where we need al-daruriyat. Yes, that is the point I want to share. So now when there is a darura whereby the intellect and life-saving and contradicting, then now life-saving takes over, or precedes the intellect-saving. So that's why the Sharia allows you to drink the wine in order to save your life, only until you get hydrated, and then you look for, you know, water and food for somewhere. Or sometimes, let us say, the mother, and a pregnant mother, for example, her life is at risk. So if she continues the pregnancy, you know, the baby and the mother will die both. So now the ulama said, which one? Hifdul nasal or hifdul life? Hifdul hayat. So then the ulama now will give the priority of saving the life of the mother, and now she is allowed to go for a portion, you know, the ijhab or isqadul janin. Why? Because now the priority is to save the life of the mother, not to save the nasal on this side. So many actually, you know, examples. And that is what I wanted to mention in the second point, which is the concessions, or al-daruriyah, or the extraordinary conditions, whereby these 5 are seemingly, you know, in conflict. So how to reconcile? Which one takes the, you know, over the other? That is where the concept of illa maddurirtum ilayhi, right? Let's go to Surah Al-Baqarah quickly, Brother Omar. Chapter 2, verse number 16 something. Not sure. I want you to check. 16. So many ayat actually. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ma'idah, and then you have so many other ayat. But I'll just give you one example to see the concessions, what we call concession. Here comes. إنما حرم عليكم الميتة. Anybody got? Which number is that? Surah Al-Baqarah, chapter 2, verse number upper, verse number 168 or 170. I'm not sure. Please check somewhere. You got it? Sister Lana Saku? Anybody got?
173.
Yes, 173. Thank you. So as you can see, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, إِنَّمَا حَرَّمَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْمَيْتَةُ وَالدَّمُ وَلَحْمُ الْخِنْزِيرِ وَمَا أُهِلَّ بِهِ لِغَيْرِ اللَّهِ. And then? فَمَنِ اضْطُرَّ غَيْرَ بَاغٍ وَلَا عَادٍ. So, yeah, the prohibitions of the law, or the, you know, the orders are to be fulfilled. But when there are extraordinary situations, daruriyat, then the Sharia allows concessions. And this is where the prioritization of given decisions comes in, especially when it comes to management and administration and decision taking, right? As we will mention lately, the following. So concession basically means allowing you to do certain things in the extraordinary situations which are not allowed in the normal situations. Not because that the Sharia is a situational Sharia, but because the, you know, solving the element of prioritization, as you said, which one comes or precedes the other? Life over intellect, intellect over religion. Which one? Religion over all, you know, what you call honor and dignity. So this is where, you know, the concession is comes in. And complementary aim is actually beautification. It's more unlike when you build a highway, when you build a system, yeah, put maybe the signage, R&R, for example, let us say Kuala Lumpur and Kuantan, you know, highway. Then you have R&R, or you have signage, you know, or you have marks to show the direction. That is what you call, or maybe you build a hospital, provide the right doctors and nurses, and then provide the signage of the levels and to show the clinics, where are they? This is okay. This is, or maybe you build a beautiful house and then you put the garden around it. Yeah, beautiful. The Sharia aims to preserve as well that element. Now, the final question on the final slide that I have is, let us visualize together now the connection between the Sharia and research, postgraduate research. As you can see here, area of embedment of the Sharia in, what do you call, of Maqasid Sharia in research. So as you can see here, the Sharia can be embedded in the research that are designed to preserve life, especially when it comes to healthcare scientific research. Through harm prevention, harm prevention, you're correcting me there. I make a mistake, harm presentation, no. Harm prevention and treatment. So basically, yes, the scientific research that are in healthcare, clinical trials, for example, testing new drugs, well, studying the, you know, what do you call, the area of, for example, public health care, public services, epidemiologists, pandemics like that we're having nowadays. So all those research, yes, need to be guided by the Sharia. Why? Because after all, we want your research not to cause harm, prevention of harm, and also provide treatment to the existing harms. So that is one core element of the research. And that is what the Sharia, you know, provides to you. In other words, the Sharia provides you the value system, the order, the guiding principle. It's not preventing you to do research. No, it's supporting, it's complementing, it's beautifying, right? So research that are designed to understand and improve psychological and mental well-being of the individual is also guided by the Sharia. And this is where Hifdul Aql principles guide our research, especially in the Department of Psychiatry. This is again, in psychology, these are the principles that they need. The ayat that we mentioned, so many ayat actually, talking about human psychology and human nafs, needs, wants, you know, desires, behavior, attitudes. So many things involved there. So we need to bring those principles to guide our psychological and mental well-being research. Research of religious studies and humanities as well. This is where we, in terms of what? In terms of understanding the functions and roles of religion in life. Because nowadays, there are cases where religion is being made a criminal, you know, they have to be removed from the public. Like what, this European secularists are calling now, I mean the Western culture, you know, it's like secularism is calling to remove religion from public life, from, you know, mind, from art, from, what do you call, you know, life in general. Why? Because for them it has nothing to do. But in reality is, when you see how religion designs our categories of the mind, the influences that religion plays in our soul, the religion, you know, the guidance that religion provides, actually is unfair that these, you know, religion is treated in the way that is treated nowadays. Yeah, there are cases where some extremists are abusing religion as well, but we need to understand that. And those kind of studies will be helpful, you know, to understand how religious function is in life, how religion supports life. In other words, Islam calls the pure religion, Islam calls hudan lil muttaqin, hudan, guidance. The role of religion is to guide the value system, the social order. And we need to put religion in its proper place as a guide, as a, you know, what do you call, direction giving, right? Not only that, but also interreligious discussions, how to understand the concept of civilizational dialogues, value systems, multiculturalism, living in a society with religious pluralism. So these are the elements that need to be studied through and within the concept of, the principles of Maqasid al-Sharia as well. What are the Islamic values that guides these territories? So that is what we need to understand from Maqasid al-Sharia. The culture of living together, tasamuh, da'wah billati hiya ahsan, wa qulu lin-nasi husnan. We need to bring those ayat together and study and see what are the values that, that we can use to guide this part of life. Research also, Maqasid al-Sharia guides the research and studies that are set to understand and improve our knowledge in economic development and wealth management. Yes, and that's why we have Islamic banking and finance sector that aims to what? To develop our economic, section or sect or sector, and also the management of our wealth as well, based on the principles of the Maqasid al-Sharia. So those research also can be guided or should be guided by the Maqasid al-Sharia as well. Yes, Sharia guides the research that are set to understand methods of preserving life, preserving and safe life, viable social order. Actually, what I wanted to say, there is a correction there also, method of safe and viable social order. That's where Islam promotes the culture of having family. This is one of the basic teachings of Islam, having family, knowing your roots, knowing your origin. Healthy family life or healthy family life, posterior. In other words, we are protecting not only the existing individuals, but also we want to protect the posterior generations that are yet to come. So healthy family life, healthy society, healthy generations, that is what we want to promote. And those research should be guided by the Maqasid al-Sharia as well. Finally, rules of prioritization. You see that in making administrative and managerial decisions in life, as you mentioned, Brother Omar, to preserve the interest of everyone individually and collectively as well. This is where we call al-daruriyat, where these extraordinary situations, yes, we need al-daruriyat principles. So basically, these are the points that I wanted to share with you. And I am sure, as you can see here, as a student, as a researcher who wanted to develop a knowledge, a body of knowledge, a body of, a scientific product, yes, you need the Maqasid al-Sharia. Why? Because after all, your research is a human effort, human juhd, human, act. And when it comes to human actions, Islam tells us to follow the Sharia. And the Sharia is meant to guide our, juhd. So, yeah, I am sure, somebody who may go to the details of the ayah that we have shared it. And in my understanding, these Maqasid al-Sharia guides in every aspect you can put it in this way. In every aspect of life, yes, there are, values that are derived from the Sharia that can help to improve and make it better. Basically, Maqasid al-Sharia or the Sharia in general is not preventing you to discover new things. It's actually complementing, making your actions beautiful. وَأَحْسِنُوا إِنَّ اللَّهَ يُحِبُّ الْمُحْسِنِينَ. That's all we're doing. So we want to have beautiful research, beautiful product, and safe and sound knowledge that is not corrupted and that is not harmful to life. And to do that, we need to come back to the divine guidance, which is the best to guide us all. Thank you very much. I think I have taken longer time, and that's what I wanted to share with you. If there is a comment or there are discussions, please feel free. The session is yours. If the time allows, I'm all right. So now, back to Brother Burhan.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. Brother and sister, do you have any question? You can write down in the chat box or you can ask directly to the prof. Someone asking about slide sharing.
Oh, I will send to Brother Burhan, inshallah. Yeah, I'll share. Although they are not money, as you have seen, I'm not in favor of writing so many slides. I would like to engage with, the participants, and I make only short slides. So I will share with Brother Burhan, inshallah, afterwards.
One sister asked me about your country, maybe in the chat box.
Where do I come from? Huh? Okay, yeah, I come from Ethiopia, which is East Africa. But I have been here in Malaysia for the last 24 years. I did my bachelor, master's, and bachelor, master's, and PhD in Usuluddin department under IRK, Kuliah of IRK, that is in Gombat. And I'm sure you're wondering, then what am I doing in Kuantan? Yeah, welcome to IIUM Integration of Knowledge. When I graduate, IIUM wanted me to serve here.
So
But
you can
basically,
speak
I did
Malay
all
also.
my degree. Huh?
You can speak Malay also.
Boleh. Sikit saja, not that much, but I'm still improving, inshallah. I passed my basic VM test, but still struggling to speak well. Inshallah, soon I will speak well.
Yeah. Thank you,
Yes,
Prof.
Sister Farah, Hannah, I think you raised that question, right? Yes. Anything so far? Any other comments? Are there any questions in the chat? Should I, brother, can you check with me? I don't see any questions in the chat, so looks. Salam, this is a link of evaluation. Okay, that's different. To redistribute wealthy to the needy. Yes, that's right. Part of it, Maqasid al-Sharia is zakat, to help those who are in need for help. Yeah. So then back to Brother Burhan.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
I will share the slides with Brother Burhan, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Basically,
Okay, shukran.
She highlighted two most important key points about Maqasid Sharia and research. Prof. Hashi explained Maqasid Sharia from the Quranic verses very well, and then earlier a scholar opinion and how connected between Maqasid Sharia and research. I hope that you benefited from today's lecture on Insan Sajatra and Maqasid Sharia and postgraduate research. Thank you very much, all participants, for joining today's session. We have some announcement. One is that please fill up the evaluation form, which already in the chat box. Another one is that afternoon we have another session about library and then finance division and information technology. Please join. So with that we end. Assalamualaikum.
Brother Burhan.
Yes.
Brother Burhan, before you conclude, somebody asked, could you suggest any book if we want to read more about Maqasid al-Sharia? I will suggest.
Yes.
There is one useful chapter about Maqasid al-Sharia, because it's written in English, that's why I'm suggesting, because the books in Arabic are so many. And that chapter is in the book of Principles of Islamic Jurisprudence, written by Professor Hashim Kamali.
Yeah.
In that book, Principles of Islamic Jurisprudence, which is online, or you can find in our library, Principles of Islamic Jurisprudence by Hashim Kamali. And the last chapter is about Maqasid al-Sharia. So he gave a very concise and very nice discussion about Maqasid al-Sharia. So please refer to that for those who are English speaking.
Yeah, also I saw one small book in Maqasid al-Sharia published by IIIT.
Yes, that's also available. They can refer to that. But because I wanted to make it short, this chapter is very concise and straightforward. You can get that. Yeah, and then you can refer to the book mentioned by Brother Burhan also.
Any other question? Any opinion? Any suggestion, please?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Assalamualaikum. So see you afternoon. With that we end this session.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
شكرا. وإلى اللقاء. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.